But yeah, everything's good. Good. Crazy busy. Yeah. That's good. Get the other two. Right person. Yeah, but if not, it doesn't work. Yeah. So it has a year, so that they would need that. Yeah. They'll take whoever's going in and people with the money solved. You get that yourself as contract. Yeah. That's a good plan. Little bit. Oh. It's 2 minutes. Awesome. It's a minute before. Yeah, they went to it's great. Yeah. How do I find out?
Call to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let's have a moment of silence for the people who have been killed in the Ukraine. Okay, thank you. So we have a public hearing, 2 public hearings.
Mr. President, motion to open public hearing for the outdoor entertainment license of SRI 4-H Leaders Fair.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Are the speakers on?
I'll talk louder.
Yeah,
I can't hear myself, so.
License is all in order.
Okay, so, we,
Anybody here to talk about it? Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Move to open public hearing under section,
We,
well, we gotta vote first.
yeah,
Motion to approve outdoor entertainment license.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Just to clarify the motions for the first one.
Right,
For the
Okay.
SRI
Because I-
4-H leaders.
I'm gonna try an alternate.
Aye.
Do we have to read the date of it?
I as well, so I have all kinds of eyes here. All right,
Mr. President,
yes.
motion to open public hearing for the outdoor entertainment license application of the Preserve Property Management Company LLC.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We have a representative.
In order.
Yes. It's all in order. My only concern is they did ask for the waivers, which is we're not authorized to approve them because they're not a nonprofit, religious, or another one that I can't remember off the top of my head. So we should approve it without waivers.
What were the waivers, Karen?
The waivers are for things like, number of police on duty, clean up porta johns, stuff like that. You don't have the authority to waive them if the applicant is not a nonprofit or civic organization.
Okay,
But whether the town enforces it is discretionary.
okay. I just, because it's on a gated community that prides itself in keeping itself clean and neat, I just,
Would not expect that there would be any need for
right,
any of those provisions.
Me neither. I know they hold events often and they all go well. But just for consistency, since we didn't waive it for others, I just felt like it was
right, yeah,
worth mentioning.
okay. I'd make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you ask if there was any public comment?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. we did.
Well, I didn't, but does anyone want to discuss it at all?
All right, motion to approve the outdoor entertainment license of the Preserve Property Management Company LLC without.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Move to approve consent agenda, 1 and 2, if there's no one that wants to pull anything.
I need to pull C.
I have to as well.
Okay,
I also have a question to the town planner on 2A, but I feel like I could talk to him about that later.
Okay, move to approve consent agenda of 1A, B, and number 2A.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Moving to public forum.
Consent
No,
agenda.
it's
C.
not, you understand.
I'm sorry. In a hurry. All right, so one of you needs to make a motion
For the special,
for the consent agenda C to approve it. Because we, the three of us, I believe, were the only ones.
oh, I thought you were going to talk about it.
No, we just had to pull it because I wasn't there.
Robert's aye.
Oh, okay, all right,
Move to approve 1C for discussion.
a second,
All those in favor?
aye.
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 Abstain.
Abstain. Recuse, excuse me. I recuse.
Okay, so the next item up is item F, which is the public forum. Because of the length of the meeting and the quantity of things we have to cover, I have a timer and I'm going to ask anyone who comes up to limit their time to 3 minutes at on the timer. So does anyone want to come up and speak about anything?
Do you have one person virtually, but we need them to identify themselves on the chat? Could be the generic.
If they can hear me, they need to identify themselves to speak. Going
Oh,
once,
it's
is she gonna?
Sorry, it wasn't allowing me to unmute. My name is Lauren Cashel, 26 Old Richmond Townhouse Road. I'm just a little concerned. On Sunday, I was my dad had showed me an email from a councilwoman, Samantha Wilcox, and I'm just curious because he's never signed up for anything, no emails, no nothing, and it's not. I was a council person myself, and I'm just curious of how she was able to, obtain his email address. Were you able to, get addresses? That's part of the process, but an email address is completely different. So I'm just curious of how that happened. I have asked the question to her, but I haven't got a response. And is it privy to explain your stance, especially if the person has not solicited, you have not solicited the email to that person?
Sam?
I guess I'll apologize to anybody who was offended by a single email. that was sent out to remind people to vote. And to join me, I've already publicly said that I support the budget, so that was included in the email as well. So I'll offer an apology to anybody who was offended by it. Some people thanked me, some people were upset. So again, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments or public discussion? Louise, please step up to the microphone.
Good evening, counselors. How are you? I'm Louise Dinsmore, 22 Drake Drive, Richmond. I'm the co-founder of the Charahoe Forgotten Taxpayers Group and the past chair and current member of the Richmond Republican Town Committee. Both groups took positions to oppose the municipal budget. We took this position because when we analyzed the spending increases for the town since fiscal year 2012, we really couldn't believe what we saw. We saw an 82.28% increase in spending. Since fiscal year 21.
Point of order, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Does this qualify as on the agenda? Because isn't that the last item here, number 12?
If we're going to discuss the budget, it's on the agenda.
Okay, well, Lauren just asked a question about an email related to the budget yesterday, the budget. vote,
That's
so
that
I'm just asking.
that wasn't part of the budget. That was part of the campaign to
Okay.
get people to go out and vote.
So, would you like me to refrain my comments until that time of
Well,
when?
as long as we don't get to hear it a second time.
Well, you tell me, would you like me to?
You feel free, you started.
Okay, thank you. So since fiscal year 21, the increase in spending was nearly 20%. Some of us, when we were here during the budget hearings, were essentially told by Councilman Messani that if we wanted to complain about taxes and spending in the town, that we were in, quote, the wrong building. In other words, file your complaints with the school department, not the town, because the size of the town budget was significantly less than the school budget, and the majority of our taxes goes to support the schools. Please know how much I respect and value all of the contributions of every one of the Richmond Town employees. You really are truly the best of the best. What you do day in and day out does not go unnoticed. I mean that sincerely. I had 2 conversations yesterday with Aaron Lease and Sean Lacey to that effect, telling them that my position was not personal, and I hoped that my words conveyed that sentiment. The municipal budget was defeated yesterday by a vote of 371 to 290. The town council president, Mark Trimmer, decided this morning that he was going to go on social media and declare those of us who voted no against the budget as irresponsible. In my opinion, Councilman Trimmer, you marginalized us, assailed the 371 hardworking professionals and seniors on a fixed income who took the time to come out and vote. If that's not the definition of an attack, I don't know what is.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yes,
I think that the council has a longstanding rule against personal attacks during public forum, and I think this qualifies.
yes, I do think it does.
So again, you're limiting my speech.
Well,
I
it's
I don't perceive this as an attack. You're standing there calmly, you're stating your case. And if you can't state your case and name names, then, you know, you're somebody's stifling your First Amendment right.
It's already been all over social media, her statement.
And so has yours.
So
I'd like to finish. Wasn't it President Trimmer who just 3 weeks ago at a town council meeting decided that his primary barometer for appointing people to the zoning board included this question? Quote, how do you feel about personal attacks on social media towards members of boards, commissions, and town council members? Unquote. He would evaluate his ranked voting selections based on the answer to that question. Mr. Trimmer decided this morning to himself go on social media and assail and marginalize those people who voted no, saying that their no votes were, quote, irresponsible. You did exactly what you were encouraging others not to do, in my opinion. Why did people reject this budget? It's simple, really, because people have had to adjust their own budgets during this challenging economic time, and they feel the town should do the same. They rejected the budget because they saw that municipal spending has increased by unsustainable levels. They rejected the budget because they are literally terrified of losing their homes. They told us Richmond has become completely unaffordable. They are on fixed incomes, And they are genuinely afraid that the town that they have called their home will no longer be their home. For you to dismiss their votes, Mr. Trimmer, I have to say, in my opinion, I feel is disrespectful. Take the time to put yourself in their shoes. Had you stood out in front of town hall, I think you would have heard that from people yesterday. And I think that I appreciate you listening to my comments. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you. All right, so is there any other public statement? Sarah?
Bob Sayer, resident of Richmond, Punch Bowl Trail. Since Ms. Dinsmore brought this up, is that open for all of us to talk about?
Yes, 3
Okay.
minutes.
First of all, Mr. Trimmer, I've called you out before, but I've done it in a newspaper. I'm not on social media.
Oh,
I don't read any of that kind of stuff. I don't enjoy any of that kind of stuff.
right.
But I've got to tell you that you are entitled to your own opinion. And if you put it out on social media, that's your opinion. Nobody should have anything to say about your opinion on that subject. I came out yesterday, I voted, and I think a lot of the people voted, but if you take the numbers, I got to hand it to the people that had the vote no campaign out here. I have to hand it to you because you did a heck of a job. But realistically, if you take the numbers of registered voters versus who voted for, who voted against, the people that voted against and got that thing passed through was about 6% of the registered voters in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once, twice. We move on to reports, and I ask for the town administrator's report.
Mr. President, I think you saw in your packet, Karen and I worked on a draft qualifications for a consulting firm for an EDC consultant. I don't know if you want to, based on reading that, discuss that now, or if you want to schedule that for a future workshop specific to that.
Yeah, we got a lot going on tonight, so we'll move
We'll,
it to another.
Yep, we'll send out an email because we're allowed to do that by that schedule.
Okay.
Schedule meeting by email.
I thought it was really good.
Most of the credit goes to Karen.
Gee, thanks.
I also wanted to update you on the door replacement project. I know we talked about that at the last meeting. I did get 3 references from the successful bidder. 2 of them were good. One of them from the Rhode Island National Guard was not good. So I did take the liberty of putting that back out to bid. And those bids are due a week from today.
Now, that bid includes the door plan.
It did the first time.
Okay, how about a doorknob?
Yeah. All of that's
We're
on
not
there.
too-
It's all
Good.
spec'd out, but yeah. The
Good.
next item is consideration of a 2-year contract with Power Options for supplying electricity to the town, and we actually have Rita Moran from Power Options on Zoom. Because Laura and I have been working with her, but she's certainly the expert, not us.
So would not need to go out for bid.
That's actually been put to bid by the League of Cities and Towns already, so we would just be piggybacking on a bid that's
Okay.
already taken place.
What is the cost per kilowatt hour?
Rita's gonna tell you that.
I myself use Ambit, and it's very inexpensive.
Rita, you should have permissions.
Okay, great. So I didn't want to jump in without making sure that folks were all set. Would it be helpful if I give you a little bit of background on Power Options and the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns to start?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Well, basically, Power Options is a not, and you can just hold the slides for now. Power Options is a nonprofit organization who We've been in existence for 25 years, and we were created at the time of deregulation to make sure that public sector and nonprofit organizations had an advocate to work with them during deregulation, because there were lots of complexities, and the whole deregulation was really being driven by commercial and industrial customers that had facility of going out and doing bids. That was the norm for them. And what we were created to do was, in essence, go to bid on behalf of all of our members. And we have over 500 between Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. And we go out to bid periodically to find out who is the best electric supplier for our members to work with, who's the best gas supplier, who's the best solar supplier. We're doing that for electric vehicle charging stations. And so that is part of what we were created to do, was to do procurement and to make sure that our members were being treated fairly. So we had actually gone out to bid, and this last time around, and Constellation was the electric supplier that we decided to go with. And what we're doing again is we're leveraging the buying power of the entire consortium, but then we're giving individual pricing to each member based on their specific load profile. When the Rhode Island League went out to do their bid to find out who should be helping their members, Constellation and Power Options jointly bid, and we won the privilege of working with the Rhode Island League to provide their membership with electricity pricing. So we can just kind of maybe go to the next slide. Thank you. When we're talking about what we're actually helping you to procure, it's actually on the supply portion of your bill. If you look on the left-hand side, you're going to see your total electricity charge. The part in gray is the delivery charge that you pay to Rhode Island Energy, and then the supply portion is the part is the other part of that graph on the left-hand side. And what you need to know is that there are many different components that are included in the supply cost. There's the biggest component is actually energy, and here in New England, natural gas creates 60% of the electricity that we actually use in New England. So that is one of the biggest drivers for supply pricing. We also have clean energy standards, and in fact, Rhode Island has implemented some much higher clean energy standards and renewable power than they had before, again, because we're trying to move toward greener electricity, and these are actually required by the state. And then there's a component that's called your capacity charge, and that's based on the peak that you hit on the peak hour of the peak day of the year. So these are all of the components that go into your supply cost. And I just go through this to give you visibility for it, and to also show you how it is more complex than, there are many different ways that people can price you. And what we're doing is we're giving you pricing based on fixed all in, so that it includes all of the components. So if you head toward the next slide, what you are currently under contract with, and this was wonderful, was back when you locked in your electricity charges, we were able to get you 6.74 cents per kilowatt hour, which was outstanding. And that is slated to expire in December of 2023. What I'm now seeing, and we've been watching this for a while, your current price per kilowatt hour, and this is again fixed all in, it's summer, winter, it's coming in at around 12 cents a kilowatt hour. So I'll pause there and see if there are any questions. Okay, if we move on to the next slide, this is just to give you visibility for the reason why the price is, the big reason why the price is what it is right now is you do have more renewables that are part of your energy costs than you did back in 2018, 2019, when you had locked in last time. And we also had the big situation with Russia invading the Ukraine, which in essence put Europe in a very bad position of not being able to get natural gas, which in turn created this huge market for liquefied natural gas that they would then buy to stockpile in, in holding areas over in Europe. And there was some, I'll be going into a little bit more detail of this, but that's in essence been the other thing that's really created much higher prices now than we have had in the past.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You're talking about the Ukraine, you're talking about Europe. What does that have to do with the US? We were natural gas and oil independent just a few years ago. We weren't dependent on anybody. So why did all of a sudden our prices jump because of what's happening in Europe? We were one of the biggest exporters in the world just a few years ago. So
no, that is an excellent question. And let me draw the line between, we're in a very unique position here in New England because we do not have enough pipeline capacity for, the peak winter gas that we need. And that peak winter gas includes heating everyone's homes, but it's also to keep power plants running. And we actually, as a result, we actually bring liquefied natural gas into New England to power generating stations. So we now have had to compete with the prices that are being paid globally. And that has been one of the factors that has gone into the fact that our natural gas here in New England is much more expensive than if you were out in Texas. And again, it's because we've got restrictions on bringing in more natural gas. That's part of the issue. And then to supplement what we need, we actually have to buy liquefied natural gas.
From where? Where are we buying our liquefied naturals?
Yeah, that's a really, because we are a huge exporter of liquefied natural gas, but because of the Jones Act, we can't actually take liquefied natural gas here in the US and then pipe it into our facilities. In fact, many of them liquefied natural gas holding tanks are all sort of in the Boston area. And we're getting liquefied natural gas from Tobago, other countries, because of the Jones Act not allowing us to use a foreign barge to pick up US-based product and bring it to a US port.
So again, 2 years ago, we were natural gas, oil independent. We're one of the world's biggest exporters. And now all of a sudden, 2 years later, we're importing natural gas because this country refuses to allow us to pipe it from one area to another. Wonderful.
Again, I'm just conveying the reality of the situation. Yes, we don't have enough pipeline capacity. There had been attempts at building other pipelines into the New England area, and that has not occurred. So that put us in a position where liquefied natural gas became the resource that we need. And again, this is to get through that peak winter time. That's simply the reality of the situation. And we don't believe that there are going to be any new pipelines added. So this is in essence, sort of the new reality that we're working with. You know, are there things in the future that could reduce the amount of natural gas? There had been a logjam of being able to bring electricity down from Canada. And that had, that there have been concerns expressed by the state of Maine, but they seem to have resolved that. But that will be a few years out before they actually permit and build infrastructure down, again, to bring electricity into New England that would hopefully reduce in some way, shape, or form the amount of natural gas that's used to create electricity. And obviously, we've got all the green resources.
Could you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was a vote to bring a pipeline through Burrville and they voted it down. Is that correct or no?
That I would not be able to answer. What I do know is the ones that were planned for, the ones that were planned that were stopped were the ones that were in northern Massachusetts. But there could very well have been one in Burrville as well.
Yeah, Rita, I appreciate everything that the League of Cities and Towns have done. But being Richmond, I would like to have copies of all the your copy of RFP and all the companies that had put in a bid for this, so that way my residents here in Richmond, we can be well informed as to what the RFP was and what the competing companies were, and I can look at all these rates and whatnot before I make a decision on this.
Would that not be something that the council would have to vote?
Well, as long as we have all the information. I need the RFP and.
Well, like I said, would that not be something that the council would
I
have?
can
to
make a
vote?
motion after we're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hasn't all the groundwork already been done? Meaning they've gone through they've done their due diligence and they're looking at the top person, the best option for the town, for the state to go with this company.
That is what the league is recommending.
Well, because I'm not an energy expert.
We are on only slide 4 of 20, so maybe we could just let the presentation go and see how it pans out.
Yeah, and really the focus of the presentation is really to talk about what's happening in the short term, because right now is a good time. Generally, your contract is good until December of 2023, but we've seen a lot of positive movement in the price of natural gas, which is the primary fluctuator that you will see on a day-to-day basis. And right now, this is just kind of a little snapshot that, the weather worked to our advantage this winter. And we've had a very moderate start, spring here. And so we're in kind of a green mode of, positive impacts of the weather on pricing. The big question right now is, as we look to the future, if it's going to be a hot summer, that will require more natural gas for air conditioning purposes, which could then cause natural gas prices to go up, because the demand goes up. In terms of natural gas storage here in the US, we actually we pump natural gas out and it's stored throughout the United States. We're actually ahead of the 5-year average when it comes to the amount of natural gas storage. 2 reasons for that. Number 1 is the mild winter. And number 2 is the fact that we were actually able to retain more natural gas here in the US because one of the liquefied natural gas plants that it exports was actually offline for a good portion of the summer and fall and into the winter this year. So we were able to keep it. So natural gas storage is in a good place. So as a result of those things, The price for the price for the natural gas commodity is at a very good place right now. It's in essence back to sort of pre-COVID when we were in a good place of the fuel itself being pretty flat. If we go to the next slide, the economy, if there's a slowing of demand, that could, there's sort of like an unknown as to where that is going. But a slowing demand would actually reduce the amount of energy that's needed. So that could help from a demand perspective. The LNG exports, we had talked about those a little bit. Those are in a good place right now, where Europe seems like they're in a good spot with the amount of storage that they have as well. But the what has happened is the natural gas commodity itself is at a very low place, but the basis, the transportation to actually ship it from the wellhead up to the city gate of the utility company, those prices are elevated right now, more elevated than they were the last time when you locked in your electricity pricing. And I've got some charts that will actually show you where they're at. But again, that's in part due to the fact that liquefied natural gas at higher prices caused basis here in the US for us to go up. And the reason why I'm talking so much about natural gas is because it is the primary driver for what your electricity pricing is now looking like. So if we go to the next slide, we can pop over to the next slide. And again, this is just showing that we're in a good place with storage. We go to the next slide. This is the one I want to show you. So when it comes to natural gas itself, what you see on this chart is, going all the way back to 2017, and you probably locked in your pricing, in sort of that 2018, 2019 period when you got that really, really low price. You can see how inexpensive natural gas was. And then you're going to see when it gets really low, so down to say $2 a decatherm, and again, this is just the NYMEX, this is just the commodity itself. It was way down there when we were in the COVID period. And then you will see that, as we started to get into 2021 and things started to kind of normalize, prices started to come back up and then kept creeping up. So this was even before the invasion of Ukraine. And then the much higher peaks that you see, as you head toward the right, those were natural gas prices when the invasion occurred. So, and put Europe in a position where now they needed to figure out what are we going to do to have enough natural gas in Europe. If you look furthest to the right, this is where you're going to see where natural gas prices are clearing at now, roughly around $3 a decatherm. So it's higher than it was back in 2020, but it's still come way off, and it's back to when we started to get out of the COVID situation. So that is the NYMEX, the commodity itself. If we go to the next slide, this is actually showing you basis. This is the other component of natural gas that we have to pay for, which is the transportation from the natural gas producers all the way up here into New England. And you'll see again, back in 2019, 2020, and this is for the Algonquin. There's two different lines that come up. One is the Algonquin, one is the Tennessee. We'll just focus on the Algonquin at this point. But you'll see it was always like right around $3 a decatherm for your transportation piece. So roughly total of $6 a decatherm or 60 cents a therm. And you'll see that, over COVID, transportation costs came way down. And then we started to see that as we were getting out of the COVID situation, the value of the basis or that long-term transportation cost started to go up. And then it went crazy when the liquefied natural gas demand for Europe, because of what was going on with Russia, that is in essence what you see there. You're going to see that now basis prices have modulated back down, but it's still not where it was when you had locked in, under 7 cents a kilowatt hour. So, and I don't know, I can attempt to do this. I actually have something called a market watch, which is going to show you how, what your indicative pricing has been on a daily basis. If you'd like me to attempt to do that. It'll in essence show you
Rita, personally, myself, no, thank you.
oh no, thank you. Okay, sorry. Anyway, the bottom line is you've been fluctuating right around 12 cents a kilowatt hour to go from for a time period of December of 2023 to December of 2025. And that's in essence, it goes up some days, it goes down some days, but it's fluctuating right in that realm. And it includes everything. It includes your capacity charge. It includes your, all the components that we had discussed. It's the full fixed all in that gives you budget certainty.
So may I interject, Rita? It's Laura.
Thanks.
So the reason why we were bringing this to you now is that we find that the 12 cents is basically back to the bottom of where the rate has been. And we're thinking, and Rita is thinking that the price is going to go up between now and December.
Yeah.
So we're trying to lock in at the lowest, even though it's higher. We're still trying to lock in at close to the lowest that we can before the summer comes and natural gas or other situations may occur in which the price may go up more than the 12 cents. So that is why we have her presenting to go, because she feels that the price may be going up between now and December before we have to lock it.
So I have a question for you, Rita. If we lock in at 12 cents per kilowatt hour right now, and the price of natural gas goes down and the price of electricity goes down, are we stuck at the 12 cents or do we go down?
No, you would be locked in at the 12 cents. And the reason for that is in order to ensure that you're going to be able to get it for 12 cents, what Constellation does is they go off and they hedge. They actually buy.
Right, they buy futures.
They buy futures to make sure that they can deliver at that price for you.
My current electrical rate that I have locked in for the next year at my home is 12 cents per kilowatt hour through Ambit. So that's why I'm curious about all of this.
Yes, that's a good rate.
It was 10.4 last year.
10.4.
Yeah, 10.4 cents per kilowatt hour last year. This year I'm paying 12. I locked in last month.
Well, last year, when did you lock in the 10 cents?
March of 2022.
March of 2022?
Yeah. And then I renewed this March for 12 cents.
Okay. Yeah, and that price that you're locked in at, like I said, that's a good price.
Yeah,
Especially given, pricing, I'm going to just take a quick look. If I look at the Market Watch, your price, if we look at what your price was, like if you had locked in last year, you were down sort of in the 12-cent range.
yeah.
This is the town of Richmond, and then things just blew up last summer, and you were just shy of 16 cents a kilowatt hour, and you were very lucky that you didn't have to do something. Some people, they had waited to the last minute, and they were buying prices like this. It maxed out at like 16. It went down to 13, back up to 14, and then it's been down. This January, things went really low, so it was close to 11 cents.
What is what the company formerly known as National Grid? What is their rate right now for towns?
That is a good question. I should have that at my fingertips, and I don't. It's likely in kind of the 12-ish cent range, but it is only for the summer generally. And then you're looking at next winter, the prices going up. That's kind of sort of the big question. How much natural gas is going to get used this summer for air conditioning? Are producers going to continue to reduce the number of barges that are out there exploring for more natural gas, because were down 16, but we're still having good storage numbers. And you've probably heard OPEC is going to be cutting back on oil. So those are some of the other variables that are out there that can,
Right.
the supply and the demand side. And that's one of the concerns. So
the long and the short of it is just what the cost per kilowatt hour is. I hope I'm not speaking alone, but I think we're good for why it goes up and down and all of that. But
Well, locking in, I've watched the futures, and they're predicting third quarter, there's going to be more of an economic slowdown, which then means that for the usage for natural gas and oil will actually go down, which then your supply and demand idea, it will reflect on the prices actually stabilizing and actually coming down. Because if you look at the futures, and if you look at businesses like McDonald's, Costco, and whatnot, businesses off, they're closing and whatnot. So when you look at some of these big companies that use a lot of natural gas and electricity, and they're shuttering stores and consolidating stores, you may see it actually drop because the demand is going to be going down.
And that is the big question with the economy. The other piece is, this continued movement toward trying to electrify vehicles, electrify HVAC systems. And for those to be truly green, you want to have more renewable sources of energy. So.
the renewable
And like I
sources
said, the NYMEX itself right now, if you go back to that NYMEX, you're going to see natural gas is quite low, which is making locking in now. You can lock in a portion of it and then you can wait if you wanted to. It really, and we don't have any crystal balls. We don't know what's going to happen. But that is one of the methodologies that some people, I've only had one member who wanted to buy in chunks, and they did it a while ago. That is another option.
What other towns have jumped on?
The towns that have already locked in.
Yes.
At the 12 cents.
Well, everybody is priced differently because it's based on your load profile, and it's based on when, the day that you elect to sign a contract. But right now, most of the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns is locked in. There's just a few communities that have not yet locked in. And some locked in before the legislated changes in the renewables. So they, locked in, so that that is not, they are basically exempt from those changes, whereas anyone signing up now is subject to those new requirements.
So in other words, the question may be from Councilor Missini is towns that are still haven't had expired terms. How many of them are jumping on right now and locking in for the question that maybe the rates may be going up? How many of those towns involved with your organization have actually jumped on board and actually locked in before their contracts are up?
The only ones that have not, that are buying through the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns, your community has not, Exeter has not, Bristol has not, and Charlestown.
12.1.
The rest have.
Yes.
Verify. Right, so the rest have and not.
The rest that are buying through the Rhode Island League, correct.
All right, next slide, I guess. Or continue.
Yeah, this is just more the same, and and you folks, you can have give each person a copy of this. It's really all about why now looks like a good time, so that you're not having limited choices. And then we, the rest of these slides are really a little bit about what we do besides, commodity. We do advocacy work, intervene in rate cases. We help our members with decarbonization planning, electric vehicle charging station installations, solar installations. So that's what, that's what the rest of those slides are about, just to give you a better feel that, we're all about, our mission is to help nonprofit and public sector organizations so that you can focus on your mission. So.
Mr. President.
Yes.
On that, so this was not on our agenda. I mean, it was on our agenda, but the attachment, the slideshows were not. So if I could just ask that these be included as part of either the minutes or get updated to the public records so that everyone can have access.
Right.
Awesome.
Okay, that would be.
Do I have to do that in the form of a motion?
Yeah,
All
that
right,
would be a
motion
good
to
idea.
ask our town clerk to make this a part of the official record.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
And
Did you still want to get that other information, or the slide presentation being?
No, I would like to see the
Okay.
RFP and all the companies that vie for it. and all this information together so that way I can make a decision now. I know. the
So
League
did
of-
you want to make that motion?
Yes. Make a motion to have the copy of the RFP and all the client companies that put in proposals. And the slide show that, Rita just had, and then put it on the next agenda so that way we can make a very opinionated decision on this.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Discussion, I mean, we're not, the leagues of city and towns did all of the hard work, they did all the heavy lift already. It means they already
That
went
means-
through
that-
all of they already went through all of the different companies that put out their information. Who says that we're any smarter than they are?
Well, because I don't want to
They work.
relinquish, Mr. President, I don't want to relinquish my responsibility to the League of Cities and Towns. when I
Because
make a
you're,
decision.
because you're an energy aficionado? No. It's just a waste of time.
Well, they aren't either. Well, maybe.
Point of order,
Well,
point of order, we need to
Yeah.
direct our comments to the president
Okay.
and ask for the floor before we
Yeah,
speak.
let's, you made the motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'm just looking for more information to make a good decision for the town of Richmond. I appreciate the League of Cities and Towns doing what they did, and great, they disseminated all the information, so guess what? They've made it easier for us, and we're gonna get a nice neat little package. We're gonna take a look at it, and then I'll be able to make a better intelligent decision.
Mr. President,
Rita, is that something that you're able to provide, or is that beyond the scope of what you
She
don't?
doesn't represent the League of Cities
Oh,
and Towns.
okay.
She represents the nonprofit that was retained by the league as a
So we
result of
can't
the
get that
RFP.
information from,
Correct.
What I can provide, we do have a due diligence document that describes what we went through. In our selection process, because the process adheres to Rhode Island and Mass General Law. So we take that all very seriously. Let me see what I can find, and I'll work with Laura to see if what I can provide is in alignment.
And in the League of Cities and Towns,
Mr.
they have all the
President.
information, correct?
Mr. President, I feel that sometimes part of leadership is delegating and putting trust in the people around you to do some great work. So I'm comfortable, I think, moving forward. I'm a little disappointed we didn't have it in advance to review a contract. But other than that, that's how I feel. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. President,
at this point, I just want to vote to see if we can get that, because we already have a vote to get the copy of the slideshow. And so how do you vote?
and the information from
And-
the League of Cities and Towns. There are the,
Well, we're barking up the wrong tree, she can't help it.
well, no, our Karen Finch can get that information. Yeah.
Ask for it.
So you vote
Aye.
nay,
No,
No,
okay. So Rita, if you want to continue.
So I'll just speak up. So basically, at this point, it is a question of whether you want to vote on it tonight or wait until the next meeting and see what the rate changes are or whatever. So I think she's presented all of her information. I think before you would be a question of whether you want to vote to lock in for 1 or 2 years or wait till the next meeting.
I personally would like to make a motion to wait to the next meeting. And the reason being is, as Rita's been doing her presentation, I found where we can lock in with Ambit, the company I use for my own home, at 12.49 cents per kilowatt hour. And I'm not saying that's the lowest, I'm not saying that's the best, but all we have to do is look online. And I'm sure the League of Cities and Towns, that 12 cents a kilowatt hour is a really good rate. But I'd just like to let people do their due diligence, and we'll make a decision on that at the next meeting.
Yeah, and just as another point, remember, I showed you all the different components that are part of your supply cost. We're including all of those. There's nothing being passed through. And the contract that you have with, through the Power Options program that it was negotiated with the League of Cities and Towns, it gives you a parental guarantee so that if anything happens to the supplier, in this case Constellation, the parent company actually has to keep all of our members whole. If there's usage that goes up or down, there are no penalties associated with that. We do not allow automatic pass-throughs if there's a change in law. They have to be legitimate, and we do validate them. And we actually do check as every time one of our members and through the league, you have a membership. We monitor the pricing to make sure that Constellation is adhering to the minimal margin that we agreed to.
Okay, Mr. President, I'd like to try that motion again, please. That getting all the information from the League of Cities and Towns through Karen Pinch and Rita's presentation, so that way we can see what the rates were, so that way we can make a decision on what we want to do at the following council meeting.
Point of order, didn't we go over this last meeting that if you can't redo another motion at the same time when you're in the.
Excuse me.
We already voted on getting Rita's. We already voted on getting Rita's presentation.
All you did was just rephrase what I said. And there was no motion put on the floor for that.
Okay,
So basically what I'm saying is getting the information from the cities and towns in the motion with Rita's information to be able to make a decision as to what we're going to do for the town of Richmond at the next town council.
That's the motion that was already defeated. What you need now is a motion to postpone this agenda item to the next meeting.
Motion to postpone this agenda item, yes. I mean, I don't,
second it.
actually, but I don't want to postpone. I think we can make a decision on it.
no, she's talking about the purchase of the electric.
And we could do a 1 year or a 2 year. I don't have a problem doing 1 year and put your toes in the water and see where it's at, especially if the water, if it's gonna get more expensive, which that's what that's
Yeah, I
what
mean,
I'm saying.
if we could lock it in for 2 years. At 12 cents, it's certainly not
If it
gonna go below that. The more. Renewable energy is triple the price of natural gas energy, and it runs between $30 and $40 a kilowatt hour.
Well, Mr. President, in my businesses, I don't put my foot in the water to test the waters and see how things are going to end up at the end of the year. You just don't do that in the public sector, private sector, excuse me.
Right, so, Mr. President, you had mentioned you'd like us to vote in the next meeting. So let's do that, then everybody can do their own.
We need a motion, to put it off.
So moved.
What was your,
I'm sorry. Mark had made, can I clarify? Mark had already made that motion, there was no second. Sam again made that motion, there was no second.
I'll second Sam.
so what was that motion again at this
Postpone it
point?
to the next meeting.
Okay, right. No further discussion is needed, I don't think. How do
And
you-
we're gonna have all the information for the next council meeting to make the decision, correct?
We'll have the presentation from,
And the information from the League of Cities.
That
and
wasn't the
Towns.
motion.
that wasn't the motion, and that was defeated.
The
Well-
motion we're voting on is the consideration of a 2-year contract being postponed to the next meeting. Just to give
That's
everyone
where
a
the
chance.
pricing, but excuse me, the discussion is still going here. That's where the prices are. That's where the fixed costs are, right there in the information that the League of Cities and Towns received.
Mhm.
Sharon, do you have a connection at the League of Cities and Towns so we could get?
Yeah, she's on the board of directors.
Okay, so can you,
That's why I
can you
asked.
connect us with whoever we need to get that information?
I can, but I can only do that with a vote.
So we're gonna
With
blow.
permission of the-
Who?
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second to move our decision on the natural gas to the next meeting. How do you vote?
Yes,
The electric,
Yeah, that's what I meant. We've been talking about natural gas so much, I'm sorry. I, if we could correct that statement. So we're putting so how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay.
I,
Aye,
you can always put in proper request. Information.
okay, Karen, the next.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you, Rita.
thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to share. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The ACLU did a report recently on municipal open meetings. So when COVID hit, everyone had to try to find kind of new and unique ways to hold our meetings in a safe way. The town of Richmond was very forward thinking in installing this AV system and being able to do our meetings via Zoom. So the ACLU actually recently did a kind of a report card. Some of the things that they graded were allowing members of the public to watch meetings remotely, allowing members of the public to participate in meetings remotely, recording and archiving meetings that could be accessed by the public at a later date, and posting meeting agenda packets with links so they could be viewed by the public. Richmond is one of only 10 municipalities that is doing all 4 of those things. So I think that's really great that we were able to be in that elite group, so to speak. So I just wanted to pass that information along. And lastly is a follow-up. We had requested that Charahoe consider naming the softball field after Ralph Woodmansee, and they have approved that request, and they'll be working with the family to do a dedication.
Great.
Awesome.
Excellent, thank you. Next we have the town planners report, Sean.
I will be quick. So I'm in receipt of an application for rezone and zoning ordinance amendment and comp plan amendment for property on Buttonwoods. So the council ultimately votes to approve or deny that request, but the first thing that needs to happen is for the council to defer that application down to the planning board for their review and input. They'll give you a recommendation back, and then we have that public hearing to discuss it. So that would be my request of you all tonight. I would also, while we're on the subject, I would like to try to lock in a public hearing date if we can. I'm targeting July 18th. That's the one meeting I think that you all have for July. So I'd like to try to work off of that public hearing schedule. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's my birthday, so hey.
All right, so we.
Mr. President. I will make a motion to refer this to the planning board for review and recommendation and authorize the town clerk to authorize for a public hearing.
second.
All those in, for.
They did a
discuss
public
it.
hearing.
July
They did a
18th.
Public hearing.
July 18th.
July 18th.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron and I will work around that public hearing date, but that's what we're looking to. So.
Pending the applications are complete.
Right.
It is a 3-week ad running.
Okay, in that case. So,
Looking for my vote? Yes.
Yes,
yes,
Yes.
Yes.
okay, thank you. Does anyone need a break?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we move on to the Recreation Director's Report. Morgan?
Hi.
Hi.
So the Recreation Department is requesting approval to rehire 4 staff members from last year for summer camp. Amanda Grundy, our Assistant Director, and then 3 returning counselors, Erica Christensen, Julia Lonfontaine, and Ruby Taylor. And then we're also requesting approval to hire 7 new counselors for summer camp. Samantha Beauregard, Mia DeLuise, Savannah Fisher, Jack Grissom, Sadie Grissom, Amanda Moyer, and Quinn White.
Great.
that means you got more people, more kids coming.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mr. President?
Yeah,
Motion to approve the authorization of all the hires.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much. Next is unfinished business. We have a request from Councilor Wilcox for discussion and consideration of a new business ARPA grant.
Right, so I was given homework, or it was approved last time we discussed it, so I did a little work and put together a really rough draft. So we're open to feedback or whatnot. But so we have a motion on the floor for discussion. Should I just say motion to approve the new business grant
Yes,
program?
motion to approve, and then we can just.
Yeah,
Get
There
a
we go.
second.
That's my motion to approve. the new
Seconded.
business grant
Okay,
program.
so the one thing that I had in mind,
Yeah,
this is only for new businesses. And I was hoping maybe to expand it to an existing business that invested considerably more in their location or did a substantial upgrade to their location.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to float that out there because we do wonderful, a lot of towns do, cities and towns do wonderful things for new businesses, and we forget the businesses and the people that are already contributing to our commercial tax base that are in town. And we have to look out for everyone. So I just wanted to do how anybody besides me felt about expanding that grant so that a business in town could substantially expand and qualify for that.
Was there a dollar cap for the existing business of someone who's like Richmond Sand and Gravel, multi-million-dollar company? Do they really need a $5,000 grant? Is there a cap? The
I-
dollar?
I didn't think so.
I would think a minimum investment of 50 grand for $5 grand. And if it's
I'm
like
saying
a,
like a business, like
yeah, we're talking a small business. We're not talking a gravel pit or
I'm
we
just throwing
call
it-
out there. We're not talking the Richmond Preserve because they spend more than that in one day on their property.
Right.
These are these small businesses, sole proprietorships and that
Right.
kind of like.
So, Mr. President, my initial thought was to kind of help expansions and 2 new locations to fill in the small amount of vacancies we have. So that's why it was more existing businesses that are expanding to a new spot, like maybe they're opening a second shop or something like that.
Right.
Can I
Okay,
Can I ask a question of the solicitor? Now, I know Cranston, Warwick, some of the other towns, there are rules and regs on what the money can be used for when they do give grants to businesses. Do you see any impediments to just giving it to a business with no rules or regs and
Yes,
exactly?
I do
what
see
they-
an impediment to that. I have a lot of problems with this. I don't
Right.
think it's anywhere close to complete.
Absolutely.
up for discussion.
because I've dealt with Cranston, and when I looked at this, it doesn't even touch the surface, skim the surface of what the rules and regs are for the disbursement of ARPA monies. There are certain rules and regs that you have to follow.
In addition to that, I think it needs to be more clear about exactly who's eligible for it and what the criteria will be for choosing the winning applicants. That's completely missing from here.
Well, it is it's the infant stages of a thought. I mean, before
Right.
we stomp on top
I'm
of
just
it.
mentioning
I'm
this
just-
so that you know what you need to discuss.
Right, I get it.
So on the, Mr. President,
yes,
on the second page, I did include like to supply supporting information like business plans, financial statements, et cetera. That way we can decide, look into what we would want and what we wouldn't want.
right.
Well,
Like
Mr.
if it was
President,
an amazing video or something like that, we really don't need it.
Mr. President, what I'd like to do is defer this to the solicitor to look at start of it and for her to make recommendations on exactly how to tighten this up so we don't get ourselves into trouble.
That sounds like a good idea.
I made that into a motion.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Are there any specific requests that you're looking to have done? That way there's a little more direction.
The only request that I personally had was if we could include small businesses in town that are already
Existing.
I
here.
think I have a basic idea of what you're all looking for.
Okay.
What I would give back to you would be a draft. It wouldn't be a finished document. It would be up to you to discuss it and add or subtract whatever you want.
Louise?
Aaron has-
Aaron
Aaron has-
first.
think Charlestown just issued a bunch of grants, and so I'm sure that they have a really great example, so maybe we could pull that before we draft one from the start.
Actually, if I could, this is their start.
Oh.
So I took theirs, converted it from PDF to Word and kind of made it more Richmond-y. And added, just because theirs was for existing businesses who were struggling due to COVID. So ours was a little different.
Yeah,
So
because
this
I'm-
is from Charleston.
Mr. President, because I know dealing with Cranston, the ARPA monies, they could be used for new security systems. They could be used for awnings. So that could, include the existing businesses here in town. If they have to upgrade their security systems or put an awning right on the building and whatnot, I think it will encompass that, and that's how we can help existing businesses.
But I see it be very difficult for a security system or an awning to cost $50,000.
No, there'll be grants.
Right.
Right. And in Cranston, again, you have a grant of $5,000. All right, for security systems, you have a $3,000 grant for awnings.
Okay, Louise?
Mr. President, Ray Pouliot and I are here tonight from the Economic Development Commission.
Mhm.
And Samantha's suggestion is a great suggestion. It was brought up by members of the EDC to put in our recommendations to the council for consideration. And it was decided that if it was only new businesses were included as potential recipients of a grant, that would maybe not would not be looked upon favorably by existing businesses. And we didn't want to pick winners and losers.
That's why I asked that
So I
that was
just,
included.
thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay. The next item is the item of new business, and basically, item number one, the only thing I was gonna talk about regarding this policy for appointments and reappointments was that I wanted to continue to use the ranked voting system. I wanted that to be a part of how we choose, so that we don't disenfranchise anyone who applies for a position or anything like that. So I just wanted to simply make a motion that we use the ranked voting system when we have multiple applicants for boards and commissions. So I make that motion, and I'm looking for a second, then we can discuss.
Second.
Okay. So any discussion on that?
I have not, Mr. President.
Sure.
I liked it. And my question before we started was, how are we gonna make this public? The answer was, well, we're gonna say it. And I feel like that went really poorly because there were requests to shift who voted in what order. And then some members of the public may have seen that as trying to manipulate numbers. And actually, there's a letter from a resident on our agenda stating that. So I do like it. But I do think there needs to be a system in place so that I don't give my numbers and then Rich goes over and messes his all up.
Mr. President, it should be a blind vote. So we all have on a piece of paper with who the names are. Aaron could have that ready for us. And then what we do is we jot our preferences down. Then we hand them to Aaron when we're done. And then she can make do the tallies and tell us what the appointments have been. Because I think it does influence maybe somebody on the council here if it's done verbally, rather than a blind.
Well, I think if the people still want to know who voted for who. So
Well, she can read it
if
all
we write them down
afterwards.
and then
She can read them
Aaron,
afterwards.
so yeah, I modify my motion to make it a ranked voting system where we write it all down and funnel it through okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, go ahead.
Erin had her hand up.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
might wait till after this, but I do have more thoughts. On
Okay,
this
please.
Agenda item. So I had some concerns about how the public was conveyed about the appointments with regarding to moving up appointments. And my office sends out renewal forms to those that their terms are up.
Right.
And then they check, yes, you'd like to continue, and typically it's administratively handled and approved by the council. But they don't get any kind of requirement to show up and plead their case. And so if that process is gonna change where we are not reappointing committee members, I think we need a clear policy for my office, because that's what happens. So say the zoning board appointments are coming up next month, you'll get a letter from the office saying, would you like to continue? They say yes, there's no attendance required. So they would, if we're gonna change that policy, they're going to be at a disadvantage. And then the public isn't notified of that vacancy, because technically it's not a vacancy until they're
Right.
not reappointed.
That's
or
why
they
I-
resign.
And I know Louise was upset that she wasn't included in the rank voting, but if you're already on and you're up for a promotion or renewal, that's separate from people who have never been on the,
But I think we should have a policy regarding if you want to move up, what that policy is. Because
okay, what do you suggest?
I think that we should, I think there should be, when there is a vacancy,
Mhm.
that we consider all applicants and at whoever is interested, because that vacancy was publicly advertised.
Mhm.
And if it's an existing member and then their term would, so say they moved up, in Louise's case, then there would be a vacancy after she moved up, and then that would be advertised for a future meeting to fill that term. So,
Excuse me, Mr. President, my idea about that is if there's somebody, an existing member, and they're just up for renewal, it should be automatic unless they did something so egregious. It would be plain as the nose on anybody's face. And then somebody moving up again, that person has already sat on the board. And I think they need to be, all right, bumped up to a full member. My idea about doing this and agreeing with you is just that there's an opening. And then you have 4 applicants to fill that one vacancy. We do this.
I agree that the ranked voting should only be for an opening for someone who hasn't been on the group before. On the council, on the board before, and I don't think anything should be automatic.
No, I don't think anything should be automatic also. If you're in a position and you want to move up, then you basically pull yourself out of that position, right? Resign from that position, and then you throw yourself into the pool with the rest of the people.
Can I add something?
Sure.
The only board or commission in which anybody moves up, quote unquote, is the zoning board. Because the zoning board has 2 different classes of membership by state law. That's not true of any other board or
I thought
commission.
that, not the planning board?
the board of
No,
canvassers
It's not an
also
alternate.
has-
Okay,
And you had
Mr.
said
President,
last week,
thank you.
just 1 minute.
I was going to say, when it comes to moving up from one position to another, I don't think it should be automatic. When that agenda item appeared, people did message me and ask, was that vacancy noticed? Why does this person get it and nobody else does? So I do think that moving from the zoning board alternates or the canvassing board alternates should not be automatic, and that it should be notified in the same way as people.
Right, I don't
So I do
believe in any kind of automatic things in the town.
I want to go back to what our solicitor said at the last meeting, and that was there was no requirement that a person resign from being on a board if they're going to, before they apply for another position.
That's only true of the zoning board because they are separate individual seats.
Okay, so
It's
Louise,
not just one group of people.
Right.
They're particular seats for particular terms.
so Louise was an alternate. And she was going to be in a full position, and she was told that because she hadn't resigned as an
Well,
alternate.
you can't be appointed to a full position if you already hold another position.
Well, if you get the new position, then you resign the old ones.
Well, it's not the agenda. That's the problem. You wanna have every action that you're voting on, either an appointment or a resignation, you wanna be able to list it on the agenda.
Mr. President,
Yes.
we don't really have to vote on a resignation. People are telling us they're resigning, typically. That was
Let's vote to accept it.
Thank you. That was literally a one-off situation and I actually agree with Counselor Sheehan and Counselor Colasanti on that. I don't think that it should have been one and the other, but I do think that we need to make it clear in our ordinances because
Right.
I couldn't find it written anywhere. So I can understand where the confusion came in. So perhaps we should look into
Right.
doing that as a resolution.
Mr. President,
Yes,
if there's being the zoning board is followed by rules and procedure. And for us to try to say we should just go around rules and procedures to appoint somebody onto a board that is regulated by rules and procedures is counterintuitive of the way that it should be done. They're a quasi judicial board. So you can't just make up the rules as you go, as
Right.
you see fit.
but I don't think there's anything that requires one position to be resigned before they go into another position.
I firmly disagree. I think that whomever it is, it doesn't matter what it is, they need to resign from a position to be able to go up to the next position.
Well, again,
And it doesn't matter.
Mr.
But
President, somebody.
But they can't just go, well, I'll do this as long as I get in, then I'll resign from that position. No. And you
I
can't
agree
play
with
both
Councilor
sides.
Wilcox that we should get the
So
policy.
what is the policy for the zoning board? Do people indeed need to resign in order to apply to move up or?
In my recollection, it has always been the case that when there was a vacancy in a regular seat, full seat, the people who held alternate seats were told that there was a vacancy and that they would have an opportunity to apply for the full seat and submit a resignation as an alternate.
Okay, so does the resignation need to come before or after?
Well, I
the
think it needs
application?
to come before, but you could do it the way that I suggested that it be done with Louise, which is that she would submit a conditional resignation.
There was nothing
Yeah.
unconditional, was never
I
mentioned.
disagree with that.
Well, Mr. President, somebody on this council made a comment that, what do we know? We should defer to our experts. So I'm going to use that same line and I'm going to defer to our expert here and let her make the decision. And from what the solicitor is saying, that the person could apply for the position. And like my motion stated that day, that she would immediately resign as an alternate, so that way there'd be no confusion, all right, logistically or legally about that position. So again, deferring to our expert.
Well, my suggestion was that the resignation come first and it can be conditional, because that way you can put it on the agenda.
And that was never followed.
That's
Never,
to me, that's
the
the
word
key.
conditional never
The
came up.
possession, the
You wanna be-
resignation was never put forward first, not once.
Mr.
You want to be
President,
clear about
Yeah.
what you're voting, what you're voting on.
it may just be important for us to not
That-
rehash what happened weeks
Yeah,
ago, but
that's-
to more.
That's why
Mr. President.
Right,
Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. It may be more important to figure out what we want, what's smart for future councils, because I mean, issues don't happen till they happen. So let's just find something that works and move on.
Well, I
But
make-
there
I
was
make a
another,
motion
there-
that, Mr.
excuse me,
President, for-
excuse me, he didn't give you the floor. But we're kind of going off topic too, not off topic, but straying away from another point that Aaron had made, which I think is important, was the notification part of it, where there
right.
was a notification last time saying anybody who wants to apply, these vacancies are coming up. But there are no vacancies yet. So I think we have to find rules for those two things. We have to find procedure and rules for those two things, because right now I didn't find a rule stating that somebody had to resign before they're appointed to the zoning board. That's what we want. We need to do it. But also, if we want to announce vacancies before there's actually vacancies, we need to make a rule happen.
All right, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to defer it to. the
There's a
solicitor.
motion on the floor, point of order.
I would, and I still have some questions and comments myself. The reason I put this on the agenda is because the ranked voting worked well, but the disenfranchisement of Louise, because the rules were confusing and vague, I wanted to clarify those so that we could make everything in a nice little package, and the next time this happens, it doesn't happen, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's why I'd make an amendment to the motion to defer it to the solicitor to button up. All right, the language there, so we don't run into this again.
what I can do is draft a resolution that would cover all of the stuff that you just talked about.
Sounds like a
And
great
have
idea.
you review it and see if you like it or whether you want to change anything.
Point of order. The motion was my motion. So if somebody would like to amend my motion, what they can do is say, I make a motion to amend. And then we vote on the amendment of that motion and then we
I just
vote
did.
on our main
I
motion.
just did.
He did.
Okay, but
I
you,
said Make the amendments to the motion. and
right,
defer
right.
to
So
the
I'd like to
solicitor.
finish what I'm saying, please. If you're gonna do that, I need a little bit of clarity because you just said, like, it was just a little bit. I just need clarity on the motion because I believe it just said amend my motion, but the motion only included ranked choice voting. It didn't include anything else that we had discussed.
Right.
I think when I was talking and I made the amendment to your motion, I deferred it to the solicitor and the solicitor made it very clear what she was gonna do. So that's the amendment to the motion.
And that would include the motion that Sam made about ranked choice.
Can I clarify
Sure.
for everybody? Can we vote on just the rank order? We can take each item separately. 'Cause I'd
Right.
like to bring up another point. We do have appointments that are going out. I had my office hold it because
Right.
of this meeting. So I do need a little more clarity. But if we could just vote in order of the subject and further than amending, because I think we're getting all confused. So the motion was for ranked choice voting to submit to myself to be read out loud for appointments. And then Councilor Colsante can make his motion after.
Okay, so we have that motion on the floor that Sam put forward. I second her motion. And we've discussed it ad nauseum. So how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Hi,
Right now, the second motion will be based on what Erin just said about. And that we'd have to clarify through Karen.
I think what you want, based on what I think I heard you all say, is a draft of a resolution that sets forth a procedure for filling seats on boards and commissions.
Right.
Motions and stepping down and then putting yourself into a pool. So you're part of the.
And I'd just
Right,
like to
fine,
add that
so
we've
it's-
never had this problem before because nobody wanted to be on a board.
you
Always had more
volunteers.
vacancies than
Well, we have some very
commission
active
members.
people here. I have
Good
never,
problem to have.
never seen so many people. I remember when council meetings, we had
Chief and Iva.
Iva, the chief, and Ms. Kenyon in the back, and that was it.
Well, that was the motion and it was seconded.
What was the
I'll
motion? I'm sorry.
to refer everything to Karen for clarification. She and Erin will,
I didn't know if it was more specific.
you and Erin will collude, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Hi,
Awesome.
Mr. President, if I may have one, just because we're going to be in the same exact situation at the next meeting with the zoning board appointments. My office will send out letters saying, are you interested in renewing? Do you want me to do that process? Or would you like all the applicants to reapply for consideration of the open ones? I need to. Because we've been holding the letters, they should have gone out last week and I just want to make sure we're not, because I don't think Karen's gonna have, we're not gonna
No.
have a.
You're not,
Valid
because
thing.
you're not gonna meet.
Mr.
before
President.
Yes.
I think that we should keep the procedure the way it is because we haven't, like, the new procedure is still up in the air, so that leaves unfair room for error on the town clerk's department. So we should just keep the procedure the way it is for now.
Yeah, until we vote to change it, it is what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second business item, new business item, request from Councilor Wilcox for consideration to send a welcome resolution for the Golden Rule Peace Ship.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, any discussion?
I want to say that I'm going to vote against it because it says there is no room for nuclear weapons in the home of humanity. And while I wish we didn't have nuclear weapons, I would not want to say that I'm telling my government to shut down the nuclear weapons, leave us defenseless.
And Mr. President, my idea with this too is looking into the group. We're also anti-military and my family's military background goes back to World War I. and I kind of took offense to it. So that's all I have to say about that.
I don't know whether they're anti-military. Myself, I didn't look that far because I didn't consider looking that far.
I looked at their, right from the very beginning when they first came into existence.
Do you have any thoughts on that? All right, no further discussion necessary. How do you vote?
Nay.
Nay.
Yay.
Yes.
Okay, the next is a request from Councilor Wilcox for discussion and consideration to invite all board members, commissioner, individuals subject to open meetings to the Attorney General's annual Open Government Summit on July 28th, and request to schedule a townwide training held by the Attorney General's office in Richmond for all individuals subject to the Open Meetings Act who cannot attend the summit. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, let me know if you have questions.
No questions.
So then I'll, a motion to approve everything you just said.
And I second that motion.
So the training they'll, if you can't make it to their summit, it's the Attorney General will come here to the town hall.
Yeah, so I guess,
They've done it in the past.
yeah, that's basically it.
Any
So
further?
you want this to be mandatory, or you want this to be,
I think it should be mandatory.
Just an invitation.
this is just an
Well,
invitation?
we went to training
Yeah.
when we were elected, we
Yeah,
spent a
but
whole day. in
Some
that
people
training.
didn't
Some
go.
people don't.
Mr. President,
Yeah,
I did consider making it mandatory. That was part of the discussion I had with some other people. My thought is I really want everyone to go, and my instinct is to want to make it mandatory because it's very important that our volunteers understand the importance, that they're all subject to this, but our volunteers put so much in, and Jersey
Right.
Providence is a lot. So I wanted to make it mandatory, but I just thought that would be a huge ask.
highly recommended.
Yes, highly recommended, and I swear they'll try to make it fun. It was kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
The
it
three of
was a
us
lot of
went,
fun,
and it
yeah.
was fun.
The morning was fun, the afternoons tended to drag a little bit, but
You get to meet people from other towns if you go up to the one in July, so that's always a good opportunity to make connections. I sat with people in South Kingstown, and it was great. So yeah,
Because, Mr. President, I think it's good, because especially talking to folks in the Attorney General's office, when it comes to open meetings violations, they probably have file cabinets worth of open meetings violations from people all around the state, fellow counselors to other counselors, and I think it would behoove, especially on the council level, and on some of these boards and commissions that are legal, that they go to these, because it really doesn't really make for a good board when you have people writing down and sending 6 pages of open meetings violations against their counterparts. And to start off that way in a board or a commission,
you don't need to,
really.
we
really
don't need
gets-
to
really
rehash
gets-
that.
No, I'm not rehashing, I'm just making a comment, Mr. President. You please
It's,
let me
but it's
speak.
sit on, it,
So
to
it would
me,
be.
we don't need to discuss the
Mr.
past.
President,
It doesn't matter how many times you
I
say,
have
Mr.
my
President.
I have my.
No, you.
No, we're done.
No, you are denying my free speech.
We don't need to beat up somebody
I'm not,
else.
I didn't mention any names, Mr. President. I'm just going by experience of
President.
talking to people in the Attorney General's office. And it would be good that people do take the course.
So the next
so that
item
they
we have
understand,
is
right,
a
what the
vote.
rules and regs are.
Can I make
So-
a suggestion?
Yeah.
In addition to inviting someone from the Attorney General's office to talk about the Open Meetings Act, you might also want to invite someone from the Ethics Commission to give a presentation about the ethics, the code of ethics.
Yeah, that would be
We
great.
have done that before. in the past.
Could we add that into the motion?
That was my suggestion.
Okay,
Second that addition.
okay, so all those in favor?
of the motion to amend you've just made, or
The
whatever.
motion and its amendment. So how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
okay. Next is a request from Counselor
Right, so this is just a piggyback on that. As we know, we send out annual renewal notices, but our laws are ever changing. So it's just a certification that the person can sign saying, yep, I've reviewed the most recent presentations. If we can include a link, or a link could be sent out, that would be nice and easy. But yep, just to piggyback number 3. So I'll put a motion to approve amending our appointment renewal form.
Second.
Want any further discussion?
I have a little concern that when people are applying for these positions, that might scare them off. People are new, they're not experienced with anything, and to say, now I'm certified something when I know nothing, haven't been to any training or anything.
That's what the training is for.
Right.
But they're certifying in advance before you've started any
You
training.
can do it online. It's online, no.
They could watch
Just
the
the
training
renewal
before
form.
they apply. or
But
the
it's also-
renewal, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm afraid it will discourage new people from signing up.
Mr. President.
Yes.
I thought that too. And then my thought changed a little bit to probably a good thing. If somebody's not willing to learn about the Open Meeting Act, they're putting the town at risk and costing us money. And residents don't like it if we're not open. So I thought about that as well, and it might deter a few people, but it's important to understand the role that we have, you know, even as a board or commission.
All right.
Thank you for your comment on that.
So how do you vote?
Yes.
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 Okay.
All right, the next is a request from Councilor Colasanti for discussion and consideration of an EDC director's job description. And we also have on the agenda a job description that Karen came up with as well.
That was an RFP. I think what Councilman Colasanti was suggesting was a town employee. That's the way it.
Okay, well,
it was written.
Okay, so
Am I correct?
Councilor Colasanti, if you could tell us what your,
I think really to jumpstart Richmond in their economic development is we have to get somebody in here that is not full-time, and it wouldn't be a full-time employee. It would be somebody that we could pay with ARPA money for the first 2 years, and somebody who is semi-retired, retired, but comes with their little black book with all their connections and whatnot. Because it's really, I mean, when you look at Richmond as the second highest property tax town in the state, we have to do something. Because I feel that, are we gonna have a party when we become number 1? You know, so we have to avoid that. And in order to avoid that and move that number back up to even the middle of the pack out of 39 cities and towns, we need to be serious about what we're doing here. And we're just a part-time body here. I don't think Karen has the time to do it. I don't think Sean Lacey has the time to do it. And it would really behoove us to really look at this and consider it, to really get the economic development going, because there have been missed opportunities in the past, and I just don't want to see those happen again. And working with existing businesses to help streamline them and to make the communication between the town and the existing businesses better.
Mr. President.
yes,
I don't want to hire somebody to do that position for the town. I believe we did discuss it before and ended up going another direction. That's why we have the RFP. One of the main reasons I don't want to do this is because there are things on the horizon, developments that are coming, things that are changing from on different properties that's just not ready for either the public's eye or even my own. So I feel like this is extremely premature and that we would spend the money and then get what we were looking for anyway, because these things are coming. Another thought I had is just, it's a lot of money for a small town to spend, and we can only develop so much. This person's going to be restricted by, I feel like we're beating a dead horse with it, but it's going to be affected by our infrastructure and everything else. So I'll keep it short and say I don't want to hire somebody.
any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. President, I've worked with Cranston, I've worked with Providence on economic development, and I come with the experience, decades of experience, and I feel that it's very, very important. Richmond is really at a crossroad right here. And we really have to get serious about what we're doing. And I really feel, you know, with my experience and of years, decades of doing this, that we have to really get serious about this.
Okay, but we had previous, did you want to speak?
Catherine Colasanti from Richmond. I just don't understand the logic of the fact that there may be businesses on the horizon being a reason not to have someone that is delegated as an part-time employee to work harder on that behalf. I just don't see the conflict.
Thank you.
Mr. President. I would like us to not get hung up on whether, whoever this person is, it should be a 1099 person. In other words, they're not a town employee. Whether you call it a consultant or you call it
Independent contractor.
an independent contractor. It's the same, hopefully it's the same thing. It's somebody who is going to be here in the town, not just be in another state and get on the internet and then give us a piece of paper. We don't want a piece of paper. We want something to happen. But I think the RFP that we have could give us the same thing. Still, it's a 1099 person who's dedicated to working here.
Absolutely.
No. Well,
I didn't really want to speak on any issue other than the issue at hand with us. I'm Paul Mahalides from the Preserve. I've been in Richmond since 1988 and been involved in multiple developments through time. I think an economic development liaison between developers and people that can come in. I can tell you a number of missed opportunities that we've had through time. Not only our opportunities, but just other opportunities from other developers that you really need the ability to talk to the team and you know, people that are in charge, which are you folks, to have a bridge. Because sometimes, and Karen, I think will say it, we don't communicate the best message. And again, with the leadership that you guys currently have in place, the town is growing. I mean, I know that some of the new things that are proposed may not be optimal, but I do think that the town of Richmond is ripe for development to help lower, you know, our tax base. And I think an expert in that field, the Preserve would support. So I just wanted to share that with the team. Thank you.
thank you.
And Mr. President, just to expound on what Paul just said, the basic function in the first paragraph, under the direction of the mayor, city administrator, the economic development director, directs, plans, leads, coordinates, supervises, and manages economic development activities and operations in the revitalization of the town. This includes preparing, managing the economic development budget and recommending policy infrastructure, which we know it's important when businesses look to Richmond, infrastructure, marketing, recruitment, and negotiations. And what this person can do is Richmond already has the water system. If you get a big enough facility in there, they will put the waste treatment plant in. And then every other business after that, because that major business owns the waste treatment facility, then the other businesses can tie into that waste treatment facility. And that would basically spur, all right, more economic development in the town.
I think. Where did this job description come from?
Between the 25 years that I've worked on economic development and industrial development, Cranston and Providence.
So did you write it? Is it Cranston's? Is it Providence's? Because it's got class codes and all of that. Where did this?
This was something that I
originate from?
pulled out of a file that I had probably about 15 years ago. And it's something that we, as a group, put together, and this is what we came up with. Where we compiled it among the 12 members of our board.
Okay, any further
I have no other thoughts on this agenda item.
I mean, we just rejected the town budget. So where are we gonna get money for this? That's now free and flowing.
That's my concern too, the fact that we just rejected the town budget, and now we have to potentially plug holes with ARPA money.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Colasanti and Helen. And I think we need development in this city, this town. And the way to do that is have someone in between that can discuss everything with everyone and the public here, the taxpayer. Because it's very confusing many times when I sit here and listen to you. Even when you talk back and forth, and there's things that are not in place. Gives us an advantage to look at the development in the future. And they can help us pick correct businesses to bring into this town. This is a beautiful town with beautiful people. And we try to work very hard together, like all of you. And you are all taxpayers.
Mhm.
And so it's your responsibility, my responsibility, the rest of the taxpayers, to make it easier for all of us to live in this community. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate all that you do. And the taxpayers. They are wonderful people here. I've only been here 6 years.
Only.
Only.
All right. So your motion is to use this as a template to develop to go along with the RFP that Karen developed.
And the RFP that I have on the number 2, we can take all three and fuse them together and come up with something really dynamic for the town, so we can really start moving our economic development forward. Not going to take that much. It's not as difficult as it may seem. If you get good people in place with good policies, like the old saying goes, if you build it, they will come.
What are we going to build?
Inviting for people to come in and build. You have to make it very inviting. for people to come in and build.
Sorry, I need clarification on the motion again. So I have it as a template for the director's job description combined with the RFP, Karen, but I thought we referred that to a future meeting.
We did.
With it number 6.
So
Yeah.
Because that RFP on item 6 is different than the RFP that Karen worked on. And I don't want to combine any stuff. We should vote on each item.
We're talking about number 5 right now, though.
Right.
I was just clarifying, is Councilor Calasante including 6 and Town Administrator Finch's recommendation or just 5? We can take it separate, that would be best.
Yeah, this is a multi-pronged approach to this, and people got to realize it can't be all clumped into one.
Okay, so if you could
So
read
the motion would be, all right, to develop a RFP for an economic development director.
To develop the RFP.
Right.
We have an RFP already.
I think that you need to decide whether you want to hire a consultant or an independent contractor or an employee.
I don't want an employee. I would prefer an independent contractor or a consultant.
It's very unclear to me, and I think it's probably very unclear to everybody who's listening.
Right.
That exactly what the council wants to do. It's clear that you want to do something. It's just not clear what exactly you want to do and how much money you want to spend on it. And I think that there has to be some kind of agreement on that before anybody can move forward.
We did set aside some money.
Yes.
I don't
And I agree.
It was 135 for the consultant / employee.
/ independent.
Economic
contractor.
development general.
Because I think we agreed we did not want an employee. We want either a consultant or independent contracts.
Right, and so this job description is for an employee. That's the problem.
Well, this over here again, it's just a template, and I don't want an employee. I would move to haven't stated that it would be a independent contractor
Or a consultant.
Right.
or a
And a
consultant.
consultant would be an independent contractor anyway.
Correct.
So your motion is to move forward on creating an RFP.
Or an independent contractor or consultant to the economic development director.
I think that's what you already considered earlier, and that you said that you wanted to discuss it at a later meeting or a workshop.
Yeah,
So you made a motion, there is no second, unless there is one, let's move on.
yeah, because we already did,
Do we want to, or why couldn't they just put it in with the other one?
No. Not coming in with the other one.
If you want to do that.
I think we should wait until we have our workshop. I know it's gonna frustrate some people, but we need to have our ducks in a row. We're worried about an electric rate and researching that. This is a lot deeper than that. So we already voted to put off discussion of the RFP till a later date. I'm not available for the second council meeting this month. So we need, bless you, we need to have a workshop of some sort.
Sure.
So why don't we,
Workshop, yeah.
why don't,
We
You-
can figure out a date at a later time. Didn't we discuss that earlier? Because that's the one thing that we can discuss via email.
so did we come up with a workshop date? I don't
So
remember.
we're gonna send out.
Got a little deja vu here.
Okay, so,
Are we looking for July then?
yeah, sometime in July would be great.
Do we want to do a specific date in July?
Well, she's gonna come up with 3 days. We're gonna-
I'm on vacation, 24th to the 29th.
Do we want to do a 5 o'clock because we already have the 18th scheduled due to the, that's why we go to.
Yeah, that would be great,
5 o'clock start on the 18th.
right?
All right, so the 18th.
Maybe we do need a specific.
Do the public hearing for May time.
I was gonna do the 8th, not the 18th, but,
Okay, then we have to go to the next meeting, which is.
What about the 18th? What was on the 18th?
15.
Well, I don't want to go to August if we don't have to. If we could just, but you're on vacation.
Could I send out a few dates? Just so
Sure,
I can
that'd
see
be
what our
great.
schedule, because I don't have a board information.
Yeah.
In front of me, I can send everybody out.
Okay.
July.
In July.
So I was just saying we're not doing the 18th in July.
You do, we have a regular meeting on the 18th.
Okay.
And we are.
And we also have the APOD discussion, or,
Okay.
okay, so did you also want to take number 6 and put it to that?
Put it
date
to
as
that
well?
date too. We are.
Okay, next is a request for Counselor Sheehan for consideration. Oh, did we need to vote on moving that to the,
I think it'd be great if we could just make a motion to move 5 and 6 to the scheduled work EDC workshop.
I'd make a motion to move it to an EDC workshop.
Second,
I feel like we've already discussed these at the prior meetings and we already suggested we're gonna put out an ordinance review. RFP, we already had that listed there. Further on the agenda as well, so respectfully, I am voting no, but it's because it's already been done.
Well, what we're doing is we're just tightening it up and getting a specific date. Yeah.
okay, so, I guess we'll move on to Counselor Sheehan.
Got a motion on the floor.
Yes.
Aye.
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 No.
The next is a request from Counselor Sheehan for consideration of support of resolution House Bill H 6324 entitled an act relating to criminal offenses, obscene and objectionable publications and shows. Helen, can you?
yeah. So I'm presenting this resolution concerning protecting children from exposure to pornography. So I'm hoping that the members of the town council will support this resolution.
Again, everyone's version.
I'm going to read it. Resolution in support of House Bill H 6324 entitled an act relating to criminal offenses, obscene and objectionable publications and shows. Whereas Rhode Island General Law 1131(1)(a) establishes criminal penalties for the circulation of obscene publications and shows. And whereas Rhode Island General Law 1131(10)(a) establishes criminal penalties for the sale and exhibition to minors of indecent publications, pictures, or articles. And whereas Representative Azanaro has introduced into the Rhode Island House of Representatives that certain bill H 6324 to amend the above cited general laws to 1. Add cartoons, drawings, comic books, prints, depictions, or animations to the list of media that would be prohibited from being sold or available to those persons under the age of 18 years. And 2, further amend said Rhode Island general laws to provide that those laws shall apply to the state library and any public school or charter school library. And whereas the town council of the town of Richmond wishes to express its strong support for H 6324 because it is the much needed common sense legislation to prevent the harmful circulation of obscene material as defined in Rhode Island General Law 1131(1)(b), that the town council of the town of Richmond urges the Rhode Island House of Representatives, the Rhode Island Senate, and Governor Daniel McKee to pass and enact into law House Bill 6324. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to each town and city councils of the other 38 municipalities of the state of Rhode Island, urging their support and adoption of a resolution in support of House Bill H 6324. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honorable Daniel McKee, the Governor of the state of Rhode Island, the Honorable Joseph Shekarchi, Speaker of the House for the state of Rhode Island, and the Honorable Dominic Ruggiero, President of the Rhode Island Senate. This is really an addition to Rhode Island state law to cover things that they didn't include before, like cartoons and comic books and drawings in the pornography laws to protect children. This is just to cover things that were missed in the initial legislation.
I second that.
Okay, and now we have a motion, a second. Is there a desire to discuss?
Speak. Sorry, are we allowed to say anything?
We first we discuss it amongst ourselves and then we invite the public to.
Yes, because I'm aware of a ruling in the Attorney General's office because it was a cartoon instead of a photograph. They said it did not fall under pedophilia, the pedophilia laws. And unfortunately, I don't want to be too graphic, all right, about what one of the pictures was, but it was totally horrific between an adult male and a teenage boy under the age of 13 in this picture. And I'll let your imagination run wild with that. So with this, I think it kind of buttons it up a little bit. And being a happy granddad with 8 little girls, I think we need to button up some of these things today. It's getting out of control.
Ma'am, would you like to come up to the
Yes,
podium?
I did. My name is Virginia Ellison from Richmond. And what it seemed was that this language is expanding the censorship into libraries. Is that right? That's the new wording in this law, that it's not just things that are for sale, but it's bringing libraries, our public libraries into this issue.
Pornography for people, children under the age of 18, yes, should not be exposed to pornography.
My thought is libraries are public places that we go to voluntarily. So if children don't have to see this, they don't have to be exposed to it, they don't have to go to the library.
Well,
Which you're
if
talking
you,
about taking away things from children, from teenagers, from adults.
well, having read through some of these books recently, I think that even you would be surprised at how much is out there that is really explicit and damaging.
I just don't see that it's in the public eye. It's,
You know, it's not in the public eye. that's the
It's in the
problem.
children's eyes at
Secretly
a school.
being happening.
well, we're talking about public libraries as well as
No.
school libraries?
No.
No?
School library.
I think
Charter
that, I
schools
think
and
that
public
the wording said public library. That's what I'm.
Order back.
But it's children. Children,
It
What
says the-
defines a child? What age?
under 18,
Oh.
yes. They are.
So it's not public libraries.
It is.
It is.
It is.
It says the state library.
State libraries, so like the Langworthy Library, yes, particularly. And who would be deciding what was obsolete? Who
Well,
does that?
pornography, if it's in a book, everybody knows it's called pornography, but if they put it in a cartoon, the law right now does not cover it as pornography. All this does is take current law that we already have and fill the loophole. That's all. So we wouldn't want to, I don't think anybody, well, take it back. Many people do not approve of adults having sex with children. And those are the things you see in some of those books. And we need to close that loophole that you wouldn't be able to do it if it was called a book.
Again, who's gonna decide?
The Rhode Island general law will decide pornography.
Which it already does.
Point
Which
of
it
order, I'm
already
so
does, it
sorry,
just doesn't-
Mr. President, you should
Oh,
be handling
yeah.
this, but he needs to come to the podium, state his name for the address.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear you talk.
We have someone up there now. Would you like to stand up, sir?
David Bouchard, Richmond.
Right.
You know, and I'm all about free press and stuff, and as this woman said, if you don't want your children to see it, the horses are already out of the barn because it's all over the media and in the books and everywhere else. What are you gonna do, lock the kid in the room? You as the parent are the one that should control it.
Well,
If you don't control my children,
If it's at the local elementary school, you can't.
No,
you
it's
can't
not.
control it.
what's that?
Parent, if the pornographic material
Yeah,
is at the elementary school library, the
Yeah.
parent cannot control it.
no, but the school can.
No, they're not.
They're semi-autonomous. They should be able to decide what comes in and what doesn't. After all, they're the biggest part of the budget, so I would think that they would have a say in this. Okay, thank you. Good answer.
Yeah, you're already,
I commend you, Councilor Shane, for this initiative. As much as we think that this is well known, people today, many parents have no idea what's in the library. And I know when I was a child, had a bike, I could ride my bike to the library. My parents wouldn't have had a clue the kind of stuff that's in the libraries today that it was there. So you say the parents can control it. They can control it if they know about it. But if they don't know about it, personally, when I was told about certain things, I'll be frank with you, I didn't believe it. I had to see it for myself. At Charahoe Library, someone took something off the shelf, put it in my face. I would never read a line of what I saw publicly, never. And you're gonna put that in a child? I think what we're doing is we're saying, what is developmentally appropriate? Okay, we are protecting our children. And I think that it is honorable, respectable to realize that when something was, you know, you have an out because something's a cartoon, but it's depicting the same thing. That is just so revolting unless you think it's appropriate for children to be having sex with adults. Just because it's a cartoon, it's okay. I think we're protecting children with this, and I think it's long overdue.
I will say, I do know that this to be a fact, that there is a computer software out there that you can take actual movies and convert them to a cartoon format. And if people use that as a method of conveying pornography into an elementary school, that's disgusting. As far as public libraries, you can't, I don't think you can limit in public libraries, but I think you could limit it in elementary schools and junior high schools. And so I know it sounds like I'm splitting hairs, and maybe I am. I don't want any kind of graphic material in an elementary school or a junior high school. By the time people reach a high school age, they pretty much know what's going on. And when they, I think our high school is what, just the top 3 grades, junior, senior, sophomore, junior, senior, I think.
Freshmen are in high school too.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. I wasn't,
My son's a freshman.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, it's my belief that we can't regulate what goes on in a public library. That's up to the parents. Make sure their child doesn't ride their bicycle down to the public library and go into the porn section or what have you. But,
In the children's department, no.
but we still can't, it's a public library. And it's up to the administration at the public library to just say, hey, you know, that doesn't belong there. Because it's a public, you know, it's all, I know, I'm just giving my opinion. But the stuff does not belong in a middle school or an elementary school in any format or any way, even if it's a verbal description, it doesn't belong.
And I made a suggestion. We had a meeting with Gina Picard last 2 summers ago, and asked her what books were in the library, genderqueer or lawn boy. And she said that lawn boy was in the library. I've seen the book, I've seen the graphics in the book. And you know something, if you want your kid to be indoctrinated like that, then you know something, all to you. But you know something, I made a suggestion. Let's keep the book behind the counter, and in a public school, the permission slip from the parent, let my child take this book out, and you know something, let him sit at the table and let him have his jollies, okay? But you know, with the thankful note from the parent. But my granddaughters, all right, walking into a library like that, I don't want them exposed, because I raised my kids to be better than that.
Sir.
So in a.
No,
Excuse
me.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Go right ahead.
So Chris Conner, Richmond. A couple points. The public library and the school libraries do not have a porn section. And as a parent, I have discussions with the librarians about what my children are reading, and making sure that I have discussions with them about the kinds of stuff they're reading. And I am glad that they have an outlet to learn about parts of the world that I can't explain to them. All that said, as we have a debate about the Comstock Act, before the town starts broaching into First Amendment issues, weighing in opinions on this has an outside impact on how the town's viewed. So in a separate discussion, if the town's having views of trying to attract more businesses, then advocating for a particular act that offers more restrictions on what that business might or may not sell, or debates about whether or not they're falling on one side or the other, is not going to be attractive to particular businesses. And so I think, independent of the discussion about whether or not we should endorse the Comstock Act again, I think we should have a discussion about whether we think that that's appropriate for the town to be weighing in on, or if that's better to take the state house and have the debate.
Very good point.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. President?
Yes.
Can I comment?
Sure.
On this town council, we frequently bring forward resolutions on other subjects, like the peace vote, that are not directly related to the town of Richmond. And I think that the child pornography laws that we have in effect in the state of Rhode Island need to be updated to just cover the other formats. So we're not adding any new restrictions except to cover things that were mistakenly left out before.
And
So-
Richmond already spoke before there was Dragon Palace, where the old Howard Johnson's is. A pornography store wanted to go in there.
Amazing video.
Amazing video. And it was a great swell of people, including my family, my wife, some of the local churches and whatnot. And we stopped it from coming in. So if you want to get kind of like a litmus test of what Richmond will stomach, they've already spoke And people came out in droves to stop that amazing video of pornography store. All right, we're now Dragon Palaces. So guess what? We didn't get the porn shop, but we got, you know, a nice Chinese restaurant. I think we made out.
I'd like to just offer a point of clarity because it was stated that the bill did not make changes, as Mr. Kona said, about businesses, and that we're just, you had said that we were just changing
We're
the
adding.
cartoon drawings, etc. But the very last line of this bill adds the provisions of this section shall apply to any library and any public or charter school library. So in addition to those changes, you are also restricting the library. So I think that point was said.
And that's
that-
where my,
I don't think that's a change of current Rhode Island law. That's still that is the current Rhode Island law.
No,
for
It's
the
it's
other-
underlined as.
and if you
my
look,
copy
and if
is
you
black.
go to a public library, they have Playboy and Penthouse and so on. A public library. Like if you go to the Warwick Public Library, they have, yes, they do.
Oh, that's tame compared to what I brought.
Oh,
some
I mean,
pictures from some of these
but
books.
I'm just saying that
If you want to see them.
I have an issue versus of public libraries versus age appropriate school libraries. To me, there is a line. Yeah,
Yes, my name is Sharon Reed, and I was a teacher and charitable assistant for 33 years. And what I want to say basically is I trust the librarian's judgment as to what they purchase. For all those years, I never, ever saw anything pornographic in the library at Ashway School where I worked. And I know most of the librarians would never consider anything that is pornographic. They offer factual information, and there certainly are some fiction stories about maybe a trans child, but I think it's the real world we live in today. And therefore, I don't understand, you can't censor what a library, a public library puts there. And I do agree that there should be no pornographic anything
It's
in
there
a.
now. I saw it right off the shelf in the childhood library. I'll just tell
Point
you.
of order.
Well, I don't
Ma'am, please
know what you
address the
consider
council.
pornographic. I'd like to see it. That's what I want to
Please
see.
address the council.
But all I can say is that I trust the judgment of the people whom we have hired to be the librarians in our school.
Unfortunately, things have changed.
We have two hands that have been patient.
Okay, Mark Reynolds, and then I'll grab the two. Yes.
First, I just want to say that this proposed legislation goes far from just closing a loophole. If all this was about was adding comic books to the criminal statute on pornography, that wouldn't be so bad. But what this statute does is potentially impose criminal penalties against librarians by adding this language that applies to libraries. So you could have someone who's offended by something at the Clark Memorial Library, call Chief Johnson and say, hey, they're violating this criminal statute that's punishable by up to 2 years in prison. I want to file a criminal complaint. That's the problem. It's one thing to regulate pornography in a commercial setting and impose people who are selling this material to criminal penalties. It's another thing to subject librarians in school or public libraries to criminal penalties. And that's one thing that this bill does, is it goes way too far. It's far from closing a loophole, and I urge you to reject the resolution.
Are there no penalties for if you have pornography, if it's a book? They let them do it if it's in a book form?
What are you talking about?
Pornography in a book causes people to get a criminal penalty. They get arrested.
Not in a library, not in a library.
Folks, I've been listening to a lot of chatter. I've sat quietly this whole meeting. I'm asking you, please be civil with one another. You can agree to disagree. That's the podium we speak from, okay? If someone sneezes, that's an accident. I'll say God bless. Please be civil.
Thank you, Chief. I should have done that, but I was letting.
Not in a library. The legislation that You are proposing to support adds libraries to those who are subject to criminal penalties. As the statute is currently written, it does not apply to libraries. It applies to commercial enterprises.
The law that I'm quoting, I didn't make this up.
That's not the
This is-
law. That your resolution does not have the marked up bill, does not have the marked up statute. You have a resolution, but you don't have the
Okay.
marked up statute. If you had the marked up statute, you
Yeah.
would see that one of the proposed additions is to add to the application libraries, public libraries, charter and public schools, to add those in. They're not there now.
Okay.
That's
Thank
what
you,
I pulled
Mark.
up in red a few moments ago.
So if we could add those, have those two people out in Cyberland, give their comments.
Yeah, you should have permissions.
Go ahead.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
State your name.
My name is Thea and I am a Richmond resident. So just a couple of comments. I think there's some confusion going back and forth over the school libraries and the public libraries. I know that the school committee has already put in place policies and procedures on how residents and parents can go about questioning books that are available to their children in the library. I think it's important, Councillor Sheehan, if you're presenting a resolution to a bill, that you present the bill in its entirety and are clear and know exactly what the bill is and that it does include public libraries. I don't see how a town council can present a resolution limiting a public entity within our community. And additionally, if Councillor Calasante thinks he is safe enough to carry a gun onto school property, I'm pretty sure our books are safe in our community. And that's all.
You're gonna get totally different. Nice try.
Somebody else, there's somebody else.
Is the other person available?
Hi, Jess Purcell, Richmond. Some of the points I want to say have been made, but to start, I keep hearing people talk about elementary schools, and I can guarantee you that none of the graphic novels that are being challenged, genderqueer or Lawn Boy is not a graphic novel, but those are not at our elementary school libraries. And as mentioned, if there are books that parents are opposed to, there is a policy that can be used to object to these questionable materials. And we need to realize that as our children grow, they deserve some say over what they read as well. And again, this bill makes it possible to fine and or jail librarians simply for having books available that some find questionable. This is a type of criminal censorship that I disagree with. So we're all welcome to our own interpretation. And if each of you individually would like to support or oppose this bill, I welcome you to do that. But please do not do it in the name of Richmond or our town council. Thanks.
Any further comment? Okay, so you made a motion.
Could I say one more thing? I think the limit's
Please.
2 on one topic, is that correct?
Yeah, we're trying not
I'll be
to have
succinct.
3 or 4 times up
Right,
at
so
the
I think this would be the second time I spoke on one
Third
topic.
time.
Is that correct, that there's a limitation of 2? Am I correct on that?
limitation is one bite at the apple, but thank you. Yeah, we have so much more to
I
deal with
understand.
here. I wish that we didn't, but. So you made a motion and,
I make a motion that we support this resolution.
Second.
okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
No,
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 Yes.
Yes.
my problem is the criminal charge thing, the lack of a fully marked up bill thing, and the inclusion of public libraries, which I don't think should be included in the bill. So that is my reason for no, because but I'm disgusted by what's on the shelves in the schools. Okay, the next topic, hopefully this will go quickly. I have requested a discussion and consideration of adding a 3rd stop sign to the 3-way stop on the intersection of Hog House Hill Road and Gardner Road. I've gone down there myself. It's very hazardous. It's on the Exeter Richmond line. We have 2 stop signs in place. One of them is covered with bushes and trees and can't be seen from the road. The other one can be seen, and then we have a third area where people blow through at about 60 miles an hour. When I was turning my car around, I almost got hit and I had a guy lay on the horn. So I'm just making a motion that we cut back the brush on the hidden sign and add a third stop sign to that intersection, along with stop lines for all 3 roads at the stop sign. Stop lines painted on the road. Does anybody on the council have any thoughts?
You made a motion.
I made
I'll
a
second
motion.
for discussion.
Okay. Does anyone want to discuss that on the council before we go?
I've actually gone through that intersection multiple times, and I've actually called chief about it. It's dangerous all the way around it. You know the intersection that we're talking about, right?
Very well, yeah.
Is there a possibility of getting a sign put up on the ways that?
It's southbound on Gardner Road.
Yeah, southbound on Gardner.
It's a town ordinance.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it is a town ordinance, but I have a feeling that there are a lot of stop signs missing from this town ordinance.
Yeah, we had.
I don't think that one was ever on there.
No,
it's not.
There's no holder. No, somebody had put one up.
Yeah.
Like on by themselves, and then it was taken down. This was years ago. And we had the same issue at the top of Hoxie and Gardner. So Scott got inventive and put it in a cement pole and drilled it in, and it hasn't been taken or hasn't grown legs. And if we could do that again at that intersection, that'd be fantastic.
I think what you might want to do is make a motion to request the solicitor draft an amendment to Title 10 of the Code of Ordinances to add a stop sign at that intersection.
Exactly what she said.
Yeah, we do have a response
Yeah.
for that.
I'd like to amend my motion to state what the solicitor just stated, so that we can draft an ordinance, get a stop sign put in, and stop lines on the road too, because a lot of people, those stop signs are fairly high. I drive a Corvette, which puts me about 3 feet off the ground. I don't see a stop sign that high. So did you want to?
No, I'm in the second.
Anyone on the council want to discuss further? Sir.
Hi, Chris Conner, Richmond. I just drive through the intersection every day. I think it'd be great.
Thank you. Sir.
How you doing? Jim Breer, Gardner Road. I'm familiar with that intersection, and it is, I can see a stop sign. They're an inconvenience. However, with the lines, I would also like to see put at the intersection of Hoxie and Hillsdale Road and Old Mountain Road, which to me, Old Mountain Road and Hillsdale is just as dangerous as the one over by Hog House Road. Especially in the summer where we have the campground. I have a lot of people that aren't familiar with the area. They all use that to get the whole valley, Old Mountain Road.
Right.
And when you come up, what there is, it's just one stop sign. You have pine trees that have been planted. They're kind of getting overgrown. It would be nice to see at that intersection, a sign with an arrow for both directions, just to alert people that they're coming up to that intersection. When I'm driving through there heading towards 138, if no one's coming the other direction, I'll get towards the center or the other lane, just the way people come out at that intersection. So,
would you be willing to send me an email with a specific intersection, and perhaps even we could meet down there sometime at your convenience?
Certainly.
Okay. My email's on the town website.
Yeah. We can do that.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further comments, or can we vote? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. All right, my next topic for discussion is Route 138 between Town Hall and the Stop and Shop Plaza. The speed limit on that road is 40 miles an hour. From the time I moved here in 2005 until now, the traffic has tripled. The traffic load on Route 138 has tripled. So when the traffic is heavy, people do about 45 miles an hour and wail on their horns and Flippy the Bird when you turn into your driveway. On a Saturday morning, it takes me 5 minutes to pull out of my driveway. I know it's a state road and I talked to the chief about it in the past. So it's not just the speed enforcement, but also the design of the road, the fact that it has absolutely no breakdown lane whatsoever. And it's all bumpy and broken up, filled with potholes and cracks. And I really truly feel that the town should do what it takes to bring the speed limit down on that section of road, because people are going on a downhill run at 40 miles an hour to the 25-mile-an-hour section of the road in front of the school. And at night, when there's no traffic on the road, you have trucks going by my house at ridiculous speeds. If we drop the speed limit on the road from, say, 40 to 30, then people, instead of doing 50, will do 40. That's kind of my mentality or thought on it. And I do invite, I need a second to it to go about bringing this to the state for evaluation, but I also invite the chief to speak after.
I'd second that.
Okay. So Chief, did you have anything that you wanted to add or suggest?
Well, I saw this earlier today when I was reviewing the agenda. I believe DOT has already reviewed this request.
Right.
They did a traffic count, they did an analysis of the topography of the area, visibility, and I thought that they had rejected a request to lower it. I have a call into the State Traffic Commission to see if that study was done, how long ago it was done. I can get that information to the town administrator. The other thing we could do, I mean, we have a speed trailer, a variable message board that does traffic volume count, average speeds, violator speed, lowest speeds achieved over a period of time. And there's no doubt that the volume of traffic has increased in town over the last 15, definitely the last 10 years. You know, you can enforce, but the fact is people are creatures of habit. They don't think people are looking and they think they can get away with it. They will drive to what their comfort level is on the road. Hillsdale's a perfect example. You know, the DPW did a great job of paving that. Beautiful, smooth, but speeds went up because people don't get the wear and tear on their vehicle. And it's a very isolated, no houses right off the roadway. It's a wooded area, so they're comfortable in driving that way and not being witnessed doing that. But long story short, I have a call to DOT. I can get you the information as to whether that was, my recollection was sometime within the last 7 years, 5 years that they've already considered that.
I know that I requested it when I was on the council in 2016. And every single person on that section of road that I campaigned to go door to door, every single individual said to me, Mark, is there anything you can do about the speed on this road? So if it hasn't been requested by our town already, I would like to I'd like to make a motion to go through the process of requesting it and having it rejected. I just don't know what to do because some of the houses on 138 are 25 feet from the road. And you have these 40-ton 18-wheelers barreling down that road. When you put the radar board in front of my house, the nighttime speeds were, you clocked them at the average nighttime speed was like over 50 miles an hour.
It varies. I could give you, I know for a fact, our police officers are stopping people doing 70 on the stretch by Beaver River Golf Course.
Right.
Because, you know, wider lanes, there's a breakdown lane, there's a comfort level there because and intoxicated at the same time.
Right.
They are slower through your area because it's a little more of a bottleneck, but they're still, you know, arbitrarily you can say there's a vehicle that will be going 50 miles an hour. That's not the mean average.
Right.
But I understand the concern.
Yeah, my neighbor who lived next to me was pulling out of her driveway and there was a Ford Ranger doing probably about 75 miles an hour. And as she's pulling out at a speed expecting a car doing 40. That Ford Ranger T-boned her, fired across the road about 200 feet and into the woods. And I went over to pull the guy out of the car because it was taking gas. So that's another impetus for this request. So thank you. We have a, sir?
Yes, David Bouchard, Richmond. I was just, since it's a state road, you put your pressure on your state representative and senator. You'll get the best response from DOT, and you should have them look into it and report directly to you. That's their job. That's what I would suggest.
Thank you.
I'd like to see if there's a report on before we do anything on it.
Speed.
Yeah, the reports that you had mentioned. I'd like to see if we have those before we write anything to DOT or our state reps.
Okay, so I amend.
Chief, they didn't do any revision when they proposed in the construction stage right now of the roundabout here? How far down did they go and look to see what the traffic?
It's just that section approaching that roundabout. It's 40 miles, it changes all the time. Most people will pay attention and, it's one speed going in this direction and another going in this direction because of the nature of the turn that you're approaching. The intersections you're approaching, those types of things. It's engineering at DOT. I can tell you when they put the roundabout in, that's going to be, you can't navigate that at a speed greater than 25. It's a much smaller concentric circle. It keeps traffic flowing, softens angles of impact. But once people get beyond the school zone, it'll probably resume to 40, barring whatever requests we have that they look at it, if they haven't already looked at it. But my recollection is I remember getting a letter, and I could be mistaken, but I think it was within the last 5 to 7 years.
Okay, could you let me know?
Absolutely, I can let the town administrator know.
Okay, that would be great.
I'm just afraid in the future that if you really push the issue, you could want to maybe put a breakdown lane. And you live on the road, you could lose half your front yard.
Yeah.
And the car's gonna,
Your little dog.
yeah, the car's gonna be that much closer to your house.
Right. I just put some checkered flags up on the phone poles and call it a day. Maybe give out an award for the fastest car that flies by my house. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. And you stated that you'd like to get a report first.
Yeah.
So I would like to amend my motion to get the report and to approach and based on the report to approach our state rep, Megan Carter, to see if she can help us with that. So do I have a second to that amended motion?
Yes, second.
Okay, all those in favor?
This is after we get the report.
Yeah, we get the report, and based on whether or not there was a report done and why it was rejected, then we would go to the next step of requesting our state rep to help us get the speed lowered, if. Right,
You could also talk to Elaine Morgan too.
right, yes.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Yes and yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
okay,
Mr. President,
yes, ma'am.
we take a break. I can
I
use
would-
more water. I don't know how our employees
I
are
would
feeling, but
love to take a break.
thank you.
Yeah, well,
I think so.
Sorry about that.
yeah.
Okay, so the next request I had was to discuss some issues and some opportunities with the preserve, and we have Paul Mahalides here, and I was going to invite Paul up to the podium to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Mahalides, and I represent the Preserve at Boulder Hills. I thank you for the invitation to come and just chat a little bit. I know that we actually have 2 items, so I don't want to kind of confuse the items. But I want to talk about both economic growth and how we can succeed in a community, as the Mahalides family, the Preserve, have a lot invested in Richmond. We have a lot of new projects on the horizon. A medical office building in urgent care, 30,000 square feet. It's all designed currently. It's in the Department of Environmental Management, currently waiting for last legs of approval. We have a general store, and a diner. That's going to be run by Mr. David Burke, one of the most renowned chefs in the world, the only American chef to ever win the Olympics of cooking in 1988. So there'll be a general store, gas station, just a few pumps that we had discussed with the planning board, a diner and bakery. Within the preserve, we have other things that are planned on the horizon. The hotel that we've been talking about over last number of years, a new event venue, which we have just are in discussions with the town planner, 50 new accommodations for people to stay. And essentially, I wanted to discuss, which is the second part of what's happening, the ability for the town. We currently have enabling legislation for people or for the town to give some sort of tax relief on commercial buildings. And what we're seeking in the next agenda item is for the council to give us permission to go to the legislature to give you also that permission for residential. What we're going to ask for is just permission to get you permission to the legislature so that we can have discussions about it later. We're not asking for anything in specifics. I just would like to say at the highest level, you know, we're just faced with some challenges at the preserve. And some of those challenges are just based around the way that our taxes are currently being viewed. And while I love Rhode Island, I can live anywhere that I'd like in the country. I choose Rhode Island as my home. I had a discussion perhaps 2 weeks ago with Karen Ellsworth, who has been, you know, very attentive and as helpful as she can be, to talk about a potential purchase that I have at the preserve for a home for $12.5 million, which we took that deposit on Friday. But there's a lot of subject tos in the agreement, because based on our current taxation at the preserve and the way the properties are being looked at, the preserve and all of its amenities and all the wonderful things that it brings, David Burke, access to the public, the Bentley track open to the public, the sporting shop, the golf, the tennis, the pool, all the wonderful amenities that we have that people view as themselves, are not being viewed as intangible items. And that particular home, based on my preliminary conversations, less a membership, will be taxed at $187,000 annually.
it's just too much for a third or a fourth vacation home for somebody that's here a few times a year. That is here because the preserve offers so many intangible items. One, as a homeowner, you can go to 284 other clubs in the world. Two, you have butler service that is paid for in your preserve membership. Three, all your snow plowing, grass cutting, maintenance of your homes, all your exterior is all done as part of your preserve membership and being part of your own estate. Or you have direct access to all the wonderful things that we have at the preserve, including our 5-star OH spa in Richmond, Rhode Island. We have a 5-star Forbes spa in Richmond. Not to mention the ability to rent it to transient people. And that's part of the discussion that I've been having with your legal team to talk about the difference between what's commercial and what's residential. None of the preserve homes enjoy any land. All the houses only have a 2-foot ribbon around them. And when you look at any of the properties, castle residences, townhouses on the green, Whitetail Ridge, each one of those homes with their allotment of property is less than 800 feet. And most homes in the town of Richmond, 50% of the assessment is the land. 50% of the assessment is the home. Now, I don't want to debate in this moment what I think is correct or incorrect. I just want to give you a broad overview to say that the preserve and the preserve amenities are all taxed as other people's property. So what I'm asking for, what Nicole Benjamin from Adler Park will come up and talk about in the next agenda item, is the council giving us permission to go to the legislature to see if I can get an approval, which has been done in 30 of the other 39 municipalities, the ability to give the council the right to give a tax incentive / treaty, not just to the preserve, but to anybody, as you have that right currently commercially. I would like to add one little note for all the town people. Everything that we do at the preserve, my whole family lives here. I'm moving to Richmond, Rhode Island. When other members pay taxes, I don't mind if we're taxed at a higher rate than the rest of the town. But we can't be taxed at an 8 times rate of the rest of the town. And that's the same thing with commercial. We had the ability to put the commercial in a condominium and amenities of a condominium are not taxable. That was not my interest. My interest always was to gain the support of the town and have everybody embrace all the wonderful things that the preserve have to offer. Apologize, council, for turning, but I want to know everybody to know my sentiment. The preserve is world known. We have more than 2 billion Instagram views on our Hobbit house. It's the most unique space viewed in the world in Richmond, Rhode Island. If you ask, we talk about economic development and bringing in an economic development person for the town. Certainly it's an expense to the town, but it should pay dividends when you talk about things like centralized sewer that will bring in more development. You know, we certainly don't want homes, but we want other industry. You know, whether it's a hospital or an urgent care or other general businesses. These are all things that we want to help our town flourish that do not tax our services and put children in our schools. We have 2 school-age children at the preserve, and that was in the front page of the paper. The preserve is going to have school-age kids. Well, they go to Moses Brown. You know, nobody's spending $2 million on a house, and the school system is wonderful, but they live in Boston and they live at the preserve. And, you know, those 2 children go to private school. Every single thing that I said to the town, I've executed on my strategy. When I met before the planning board and told the planning board that I will bring more than $500,000 a year in taxes to the town, the planning board vice chair said, foul. That will never happen. You will never do it. I've done that times 7. And we're not even started. I mean, the preserve is just starting. And I need your support in the next agenda item so that I can try to mitigate the challenges that we're currently faced with. I am a team member for the town of Richmond. I am also for profit, but everything I do for the benefit of all of us. And I think I've demonstrated that over and over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Paul? Anyone on the council first before we go?
Well, you feel what you're doing is really a catalyst to a big spin-off across the street.
Well, I think that there's a lot of people, if you look at the help that we did, whether or not you like Starbucks or you like the things that we do, we were instrumental in those things happening. We're also instrumental in some of the things that are proposed and thought about across the street, but they're only there because of the commerce and the people that are here at the preserve. You should ask Riverhead, you should ask the coffee shop, ask the cleaner, ask the dog cleaner, ask the taco shop, ask everybody that's within our purview. Has this preserve helped you? I mean, this weekend we had a wonderful shoot. I mean, we had more than 500 people at the preserve. I don't think that we had exorbitant amount of traffic. I don't think we had any problems. I think that, you know, people come in for breakfast, you know, not that McDonald's, you know, the owner of McDonald's isn't here, but, you know, between McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks and the coffee shop next door and the ice cream store, I mean, we're doing an awful lot. We also have 381 employees, growing another 100 employees right now at the preserve. We give everybody in Richmond a first crack. We have multiple Richmond, I want to use the word kids, that are out for the summer that work at the preserve, and a lot of Richmond adults that work at the preserve. So I appreciate your support and any consideration that you can give us. I have no interest. I only have interest in good commerce, growing and moving forward. I have no interest in fighting with the town.
Well, it's helping you too, Paul. You realize is that Riverhead is putting in a 200,000 square foot facility for lumber storage. Now, they have multiple locations and talk with them. And what they're doing is putting that hub in to the closest point where they see the biggest growth potential. Okay.
You can also ask them who their #1 account is, not
Right.
that branch company.
Exactly. Exactly. Absolutely.
We do business with them in New York. We do business with them in Connecticut. We do business with them in a lot of different locations.
So they know what's going on.
Other counselors, questions? Rich?
You're saying across the street from where you're at now, you purchased the property?
No, I don't own the Iola property. That's owned by another group out of New Hampshire, but we have a lot of people that are interested in the preserve that come. We actually have a hospital that's interested in coming. I just refer the business to them. So I do not own that asset. No.
Okay. Is that Yale?
No, I want them on the preserve piece. They only want an urgent care.
Right.
And do you have a time frame for some of the projects?
All of my submissions are ready. Like if when you look at the master plan approval for the preserve resort district, if I could get a waiver of my approvals for DEM, I'll submit tomorrow to go to the planning board and have that subject to the DEM approvals for the septic system, because we're in a second set of revisions. But the way that the regulations are currently written, you have to have all of your approvals before you can go back. I have my master plan, but to go back, to discuss it, I need to have all of my approvals from the Department of Environmental Management and the other agencies. But if I could get a waiver on that, I would submit tomorrow.
Okay, anyone in the audience have questions or comments for Paul? We have, okay, Louise, please.
I just have a comment to say, as a member of the Economic Development Commission, it's so refreshing to hear that you have a strong commitment to the town of Richmond and that you only want to grow that commitment. So thank you so much.
Is there anyone else or anyone in Cyberland or Dan?
Oh, what kind of tax treaty you're looking for from the town? Kind of details.
Yeah, I don't have details of that today, but to give you an example, we are being taxed 8 times more what the average person is being taxed. I don't really want a tax treaty. I'm just looking to try to come up with a way to mitigate it to be fair. If we come back and ask for a commercial treaty, whatever dollars that I get, I will help subsidize my homeowners. I'll give you an example. Fox Run, same home, same finish, same interior, same floor, same everything except the siding and the roofing, right down to the windows. Those homes are taxed at $350,000. That same home in the preserve is taxed at $2 million. I just don't think it's fair. The intangible value of the preserve are those things that I had mentioned earlier, which is safety, security, armed guard, your own backyard that you can do whatever you want, the 1,000 acres of the preserve, the direct access to the Carolina Nooseneck Management Area, the equestrian center, all the staff members and all the veterans that teach all these wonderful things. If you want to be a warrior, if you want to pitch a tent or light a fire, they're all at your fingertips as a resident of the preserve. So essentially, it's not a tax treaty. I'm trying to just come up with a way that the town can view the preserve in a different light so that we can all succeed.
All right, so here's a hypothetical for you. Say that the town agrees to provide you with a tax treaty or tax incentive, whatever it may be. Are you looking that to be retroactive to the homes already built?
No, but the tax appeal would be retroactive.
Okay, so how does the town replace the revenue?
Well, those are hard questions, but the first question I ask is, what are we looking for? And today we don't know. All we're asking for is us to be able to go to the legislature and give the council the ability to make a decision. They don't have to agree to anything. They can leave it just the way it is. We can agree to disagree.
I'm just gonna say, point of order, we don't usually have people go back and forth in the audience, although Dan, I appreciate your questions, I have those same questions. I have to treat everyone fairly.
I wanted to get a fair
We don't
discussion.
Do back and
but
forth
yeah,
with people in the audience.
okay.
He's not just a person, he's
He's
part of
the,
the planning board.
he's the
Well,
vice chair of the planning
No,
board.
it's still gonna follow the rules, and Samantha's absolutely correct.
Or is it,
But I was listening to what Mark said, which is ask all questions, so I did.
right, is there anyone else that would like to ask Paul some questions? At the park?
I just feel the need to respond to some of the comments that Mr. Milhades made about the way his property is taxed and the way the units are taxed. And I don't want to get into too much
Right.
substance on it because we're going to have a hearing in a couple of weeks on a number of tax appeals from the preserve. But I would just say this, that we have considered his position at the Tax Assessment Board of Review. We have valued his properties fairly based upon their location. People are paying $2 million for a condominium for a reason. And just like if you buy a house on the water, you pay more money for that home and you are taxed on that enhanced value. People are buying properties at the preserve because of what he has created and they're willing to pay for that. And that has a value and that value is taxed by the town fairly, in my opinion. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mark. Paul,
I'm sure it's Benjamin.
No, it's fine. I don't know any other property in this whole state of Rhode Island that's taxed at 100 cents on a dollar. And we are at the preserve, so we have the difference of opinion.
Because the items, the preserve is taxed, and then the residences seem to be taxed on the same thing that the preserve is taxed.
Yeah, but again,
That's how I kind,
that's a,
just to put a really simplistic, simpleton kind of approach.
Karen said it best. She said all land has to be taxed. Whether it's a little bit of land or a lot of the land, somebody has to pay the tax. I understand that. I agree. She's correct. My discussion point is we are taxed at 100 cents on the dollar. And if it was all in a condominium, golf course, spa, range, the golf, the tennis, that'll be taxed at zero. Because of federal law, state law, be taxed at zero, but it's taxed at full rate. And the home is taxed at full rate. That's a discussion point. All I'm asking for in this moment is you to consider the next. We're working diligently to create new values to help create more taxes at whatever the tax rate is. And tax treaty or not tax treaty or understanding or not understanding, I just want to give you guys the ability to be able to have that discussion and make a decision, whether it's a good decision or not. But today, in this moment, we don't have that power because you need a legislative action to do.
Thank you.
You go.
So, Karen, you had written up an example of enabling legislation. And
Is that what the next number is? I didn't know who wrote it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
As Paul mentioned, the town already has enabling legislation that allows the town council to enter into tax stabilization or exemption agreements with owners of commercial and industrial property. This draft enabling legislation is almost identical to what we have now. It just is for certain types of qualifying residential property.
And there are some stipulations on it, like full payment and prompt
Yes.
payment of taxes.
And those are also stipulations on the tax exemptions for industrial and manufacturing property, commercial property.
Right.
Everything that's in that enabling almost everything in that legislation draft is from either the existing enabling legislation for commercial and industrial or the ordinance based on that enabling legislation. That stuff is not new.
I like the idea of having options and having the town council be able to have options. And when the town council's hands are tied, we can't do anything. Never mind, we can't do what's good for the town. We can't do anything. So I'm really supportive of the next item, which is item 11. A request by Councilor Colasanti for consideration of draft enabling legislation that would authorize the town council to, I like the wording is to enter into, but I think it's to consider entering into exemption or stabilization of property taxes. So that being said, I wish that there was a way for the audience to see that entire draft, to realize that it's not giving away the town's sovereignty or store.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the draft is available on clerk space, just for
Okay.
clarity.
Okay, but the
That's-
people out in the
Oh, well,
audience, that's right.
clerk space.
Yeah.
I have thoughts on it too when you're done.
Okay, so that being said, I'm asking, we have your motion. If you'd make a motion.
Make a motion to request the council enter into an agreement for partial exemption or stabilization of property taxes in consideration of a resolution asking the General Assembly to enact the draft legislation.
And I second. Okay. So that being said,
My thoughts is that we did discuss that it would be real residential property. A few times that was mentioned, but section B the first section B, lays out really specific residential properties, and it just seems like it's not what your goal is, President Trimmer, to open up further discussion for council. It's almost more restrictive because it says is located in a mixed-use commercial and residential development and has a total assessed value of not less than $10 million on the date of which the partial exemption or stabilization will take effect, and is used for or available as a short-term rental property for no fewer than 26 weeks of the calendar year. So it just seems very specific on my end, not as
Yeah,
you had mentioned wanting something a little more broad.
I wanted enabling legislation. That's what
That is enabling
Yeah.
legislation.
Yeah, and
Now, you could take those conditions out if you wanted to.
Mhm.
You know, they don't have to be in there for you to have enabling legislation. But that was written specifically for what you have, some of you have been discussing with the preserve.
right.
What do you mean by some of you have been discussing with the preserve? Can you elaborate on that a little more?
No.
No.
And that doesn't mean that the legislation can't be modified to when they start developing across the street. This is the foundation that can be built on it. And again, being involved with Cranston for decades with economic development, there's Topgolf coming in, and there's Costco. There's Garden City right there. And going to Paul's point is that the tangible property that is in each one of those stores does not get taxed more because they're in Garden City compared to a like store that may be on Stockenhouse Crossroad. Okay, they don't, or a truck, delivery truck in Garden City, an establishment there doesn't get taxed higher than an establishment on Stockenhouse Crossroad, which is a stone throw away from Garden City, which end you're at. So Cranston does not do that. When Costco comes in and Topgolf comes in, they're not being assessed higher than the businesses in front of their establishments. Okay, because if that was the case, Costco and Topgolf, Mr. President, would have never come into Cranston. And I know that, all right, for sure.
So as far as to elaborate on this too, we as a town just rejected a budget. And we rejected a budget because it was perceived by 371 residents as being too high. If we were to just simply grant some sort of an agreement with the preserve, we would lose tax revenue from the commercial side that we're trying to encourage. I believe this enabling legislation includes requirements for further investment before it goes into play. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so, $10 million more investment before anything comes into play, so that we don't pull the rug out from underneath the taxpayer and leave the taxpayer subsidizing millionaires building homes. So that was very, very important to me, because frankly, I have no pension. I'm not a millionaire. My net worth is six figures, not 9 or 12 or what have you. So I would not enact something that would hurt me, or will look into. But for right now, this is enabling legislation that just gives us the permission to do something. It doesn't actually enable anything. I just want to clarify that.
It is the first step to enabling something. Now, I mean, you need the permission first and then you can step up.
Right.
I would like to see how this would specifically affect the residents before any kind of numbers, any kind of projection over the next 5 years or so. Like, I feel like that's a reasonable thing to see after, like you just said, a budget failed because people can't afford to live here.
Right.
You
So
won't be
we
able
should
to do
just-
that because it doesn't have enough specific information.
Right, right.
That's leader. You actually can Nicole make her introduction, so.
Oh, sure. I would love to hear from. Cool.
Good evening,
Hi.
Nicole Benjamin on behalf of the Preserve. And I just want to begin with what I think you already know and understand, which is there is this existing state statute that allows the town to enter into tax stabilization agreements for commercial property. And the way I view this is that this is sort of an incremental move from there. So when we think about commercial property, we think about traditional manufacturing, warehouses, industry. And now what we see is that the trend over time is more and more mixed use development. And that's what the enabling legislation as drafted reflects, that change from traditional commercial to that mixed use, which, you know, as Mr. Mihilides has addressed this evening, there are challenges associated with taxing mixed use property, and particularly mixed use property structured the way in which the preserve is structured. And without getting into the details of those challenges, I will say I agree with Council President that this does create the autonomy to give the town the flexibility and the autonomy to, at a later point in time, consider how we go about that taxation so that it is not, you're not tied to the strictures of how taxation happens typically, but that you have the flexibility to recognize that there are differences with the preserves property that can be taken into account. So I think it's clear from the discussion already that nothing that the council would do this evening would bind the council into entering into a particular tax stabilization agreement. But what it would do would be to create the opportunity to have those discussions at a later point in time. And I think when we talk about the economic growth of the town, really, this would go a long way to encouraging not only those who are already residents of the preserve to stay residents of the preserve and to have an affordable tax base and, you know, stabilize in the truest sense, but also to increase and encourage growth at the preserve so that the town's tax base can continue to thrive. So I'm happy to answer any questions and I appreciate the council's consideration.
Thank you. Does anyone on the council have questions?
With that, it would be basically the council would look at it as a phase in over time, correct?
Well, there's a couple things that I think we're missing. First thing is it's got to go to the legislature to be approved. I'm going to try to get in for this session, but if it doesn't have until next March. So it's not even a discussion. It's kind of the reason why I'm in such a race is I'd like to try to get it in for this session. By the time it gets approved, it'll be coming back to you guys in September or October. Then we can come back in and have a discussion. But as a discussion point, just in the most simplistic sense, not everyone that buys at the preserve is a millionaire. A lot of people buy at the preserve because they buy as families. Not really different than the timeshare scenario that happened in Newport. Take Newport timeshare. Pay $200,000 a week for 52 weeks. The Newport tax assessor was assessing everybody at 100 cents on a dollar, $10 million. Like, well, they paid $10 million for it. That's where it's assessed at. And as I had said before, we certified the budget in August of 2016. We need to come to a resolution before we start spending the preserves money, because I don't want to ask back for money if my tax appeals are successful. If you look at what happened in the town of Newport with all the intangible things that happened, timeshare, trade, the ability to rent, use it to somebody else, the assessments went from 10 million to $1 million. The town of Newport owed $20 million back. They couldn't figure out how to pay it. But the developer said, I'll take it over time. I'm just saying, in the legislation that we're asking for, I'm asking Sean yesterday, 50 new tiny homes. If they're assessed at $200,000 a piece that they purchased that's 1.5 million to the town. In next tax, they'll be done in 120 days. That's another $1.5 million that the preserve is contributing to the town, not asking for a treaty, not asking for support, not asking for any commercial change, any rental venue. And the challenge that I'm currently faced with, and I don't want to sound ungrateful. But when the new tax assessment came out, 7 homes went for sale to preserve. It's not only hurting our value, but it's hurting our membership. Those 7 homes are being offered at millions less than they paid. Why? Because who wants to pay $200,000 a year, $100,000 a year in taxes for a vacation home? That's not on any oceanfront property. It's not in Aspen, Colorado. It's not in Maine or in any of the great places. It just needs to be looked at. And that's why I'm asking that you just approve the legislation. You allow us to go and see if we can get it approved. If we're successful, then we'll come back and have a discussion in a public forum. Whether it's a clawback or not a clawback, or it makes sense or doesn't make sense, or what's going to happen on a go-forward basis. There's over $100 million invested in the preserve, and there'll be another $100 million if you support me. Getting a little bit is better than getting nothing. Even if I ask for a tax treaty for the new Yale New Haven building, which they're going to ask for, it's still $50,000 more than we had last year. That's free. $50,000, even under a tax treaty. And all of those homes, $1.5 million. There's no reason to struggle if we just look at the big picture, which is there are 2 properties that actually meet the criterion of what Karen proposed. She wanted to slim it down and not make it broad because she did not want, and I admire her for it. Well, I don't love it, but I admire her for it because it makes it so that somebody can't come in and say, I want to build affordable housing, ram a comp plan down, and oh, by the way, I want tax credits. Or I'm building an apartment building, I want tax credits. She made it so that it's a mixed use development of, there's only 2, us and across the street, that should you choose to grant something, again, it's better than something not being built. If you want to leave everything the way it is open space, you don't want a medical office building, it's okay, don't enter into a tax treaty, it won't get built. If you want more homes at the preserve, we have 8.4 miles of roads put in. If you want more homes, we need support because a little bit of money is better than none. So it's not about, we're not trying to impact the payment. Like I said, my kids live here at Fox Run. We're not trying to impact anybody's payment. We're trying to subsidize the town so that you can do the things that you need to do within your budget so that you can grow with financial responsibility. And if you have the money, nobody cries when you have too much money. Everybody cries when you don't have enough. So we have this unbelievable balancing act. We want to give you money, but we need support. And that's what I'm asking for. I can go on all night. Thank you. I would just ask that you approve the ability for us to go before the legislators. I don't know if it's going to be approved or not. It may or may not. And, then it's a moot point in this moment. But I appreciate everybody's indulgence.
Any further comments from the council? Questions?
I think it's, your plans, your future projects and whatnot. I just spoke that on behalf 6 months ago, $25 million project in Cranston. They're taking an underperforming piece of property and they're going to make it a performing piece of property. And they went before the council to get basically a tax treatment. Phase in. There's going to be 70 apartment complex units, and there's going to be a restaurant on the roof. It's going to be gorgeous. So with that being said, they could have done nothing to this individual, and that property could be staying as an underperforming piece of property. It says town of Cranston, but they're working with the developer and spoke on his behalf, and it's coming to fruition. So everything that you're talking about, okay, it makes perfect sense. It really does.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor for enabling legislation. So it's okay. Virtual hand.
Yeah, you should have permission.
Okay. I guess I just had a couple of questions before you voted, and I understand it's just to approve this to move to legislation, but the legislation would then enable the current council to turn around and make a decision as if it's approved. And then how long is this treaty or this stabilization in place? Should you turn around in September and approve it? I appreciate the work that's being done and the promises that are being made by the preserve, but nothing's guaranteed. And where are the breaks to the residents? So I've sat and listened to so many of these town council meetings, and we talk about, what the taxpayers need. We voted no on a budget because the taxpayers can't afford their taxes, and we're not, not all of the town residents are reaping the benefits of the preserve. And I don't know that they will continue to be able to reap benefits of the preserve. If an urgent care is going on to preserve property, is that open to the public? It's great for the residents of the preserve, but is that, an opportunity for all of the public? And I am concerned about the tax appeals. We level funded a budget and said, no, now we have to come up with money. And then we're potentially coming up with, I don't even know what the numbers would look like on tax appeals. So that's my concern and question.
Paul?
The range, the spa, the restaurant are all open to the public. The preserve is also open to the public for events. The Hobbit House are open to the public, and so are the Lefroy tents. So any of the outside venues, not the back of the house, are open to the public. And anyone that comes and stays at the preserve, any public person that comes and stays can enjoy any of the amenities, which are the sporting clays or the indoor range.
She was also talking about the medical center.
The medical center has to be open to the public for it to survive. So an urgent care can't survive with the 950 preserve members. I mean, we'd like to think we could support it, but no, it is, everything on the road is open to the public.
And all these projects that are in the works that you've already got on the docket, we're gonna bring in hundreds, if not millions, of more tax revenues.
If, depending on how the town views it, if they view the tiny homes as the purchase price or whatever they are, 160 to 200,000, there's 50 that are proposed. Okay. That will be up in 4 months. Those 50, even at the $15 tax rate, it's 3,000 times 50. There's $1.5 million in less than 4 months. That's with no auxiliary dwellings, no other structures, and the event barn that's planned as well. To the young lady's credit, I don't think there's anything that we said. I think we've exceeded everybody's expectations. I've invited everybody out, members of the public, the boards, to come out any weekend to come and view and see all the wonderful things that we've created and all the wonderful things that nature has to offer at the preserve. The landscaping, the beautiful manicured trees, we have beautiful ponds, all there for public viewing. So the young lady, she's more than welcome to come.
Tim, did you have a question or comment?
I just think, I guess I do have a comment, because, you were going back and forth a little bit with numbers, but that's kind of what I was looking for. Just something in writing, what is planned and what that could be. It seems like there is discussion happening that I'm not privy to, and it makes it really difficult to make a decision.
Well, that's happening whether or not we have a tax treaty or not. So whether or not we have a tax treaty, we're still moving forward with those. We have made, we have a call in and we're just waiting for some clarification. We think we have the right to build them under our legislation. They're looking for some further clarification from the planning board, but they're going to be built whether or not we have the legislation or not. And we're not asking for tax, as we have not asked. I'd like to back up. 7 years ago, when we started the preserve, we had the ability to ask for a commercial tax treaty. And everybody of that council at that time was all for it. I didn't ask because it didn't benefit the town. I didn't ask to save tax dollars because I wanted to show my support to the town. And I still haven't asked. Now, when you bring in some bigger players, they may ask. But if you look at the buildings and everything, every single one of those, SBA loan or the clubhouse, those are all those are all eligible for a commercial tax abatement. I didn't ask for it because I want the town to thrive. I just want good decisions and support so I can continue to build at the pace in which I need to get the job done to be efficient. When we wait months to get things done, the burn is millions of dollars a month. And the only way to get to critical mass is to get everything built and done and people occupying either by transient or coming to events or purchasing homes. And that's the support that I'm looking for. If you would like new medical office buildings, whatever it is, 50,000, 100,000, whatever it is, new diner, more residential, new hotel, you know, those are things that we need support on a go forward basis. But in this moment, we're only asking for the approval from the board kindly to seek enabling legislation through the state, which I'm not even sure that we can get, but I'm confident, you know, with Wayne Morgan's efforts and our help, you know, get support because they think the preserve is great for Rhode Island as an employer, as an awareness builder, transient traffic through the airport. We have a lot of support from the airport authority. The state has been a very big supporter of what we're doing just because it's creating more tourism. Thank you.
Did that answer your questions? Mark.
I just want to make one quick point, and I think Council Wilcox mentioned this earlier. I think it's important, if the council decides that they want to broaden the tax stabilization authority to include residential property, that's great, but let's not have the enabling legislation be so narrow that it could only benefit the preserve. So I think it's important to look at those conditions.
The preserve and across the street.
Okay. So let's make sure it's not so too narrow that it only could benefit a certain property. If we're gonna do this, let's open it up so anyone else with a similar size who meets those, you know, certain criteria. And I just want to make sure the council is comfortable that whatever criteria you put in this enabling legislation doesn't only benefit the preserve, but could benefit other potential developments in the future.
Right.
Mark, thank you. That's a good point. And just to bring some clarification to that, that's not our intention to do this. And again, that's something we already do in Cranston. They don't get any special treatment or subsidies or tax treaties in the Garden City area where Costco and Topgolf is going in compared to Ralph Street. All right, on the other end of the city. It's universal. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so any further comment? All right. Shall we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
So, Mr. President, what you want to do is ask the town clerk to forward copies of the resolution with the enabling legislation draft attached to Representative Cotter and Senator Morgan to introduce.
Could you do such? Thank you. Okay, that passes.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, good luck.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay. Next is the thing that we've all been waiting for, which is item number 12, discussion and consideration of the recently rejected Richmond budget referendum.
Mr. President, this is going to be something, you know, I know we're all going to have to discuss, and we want some great input from different bodies. So in the sake of putting a motion on the floor for discussion, I make a motion to hold a special council workshop with the finance board and the finance director. Discuss our options for budget reductions.
A second.
Okay, some further discussion before we vote? Now that we have a motion and a second.
So we're pushing it off. Again, I just, like, I want to have, I want to know, is there a deadline for the next referendum? Do we have any deadlines like that that we need to meet?
I have a.
Or if we even have to have one?
No, you don't have to.
So I have a
So-
couple of concerns. My first concern is another referendum is going to cost the taxpayers more money. The other option to a referendum is to try and function on last year's budget with some things that are not changeable. And I really think it's a bad idea at this point to go to another workshop. The last workshop did not bear fruit. We didn't have any actionable specifics suggested at the other workshops to cut the budget, to make changes to the budget. There was nothing offered up, absolutely nothing, other than cutting the fund balance, which is just a really, really bad idea. I made a small suggestion that we change the fund balance to 15.4 from 16.2. And there was an entire group of people in town who did not vote for this budget because of that fund balance change. So we not only had the forgotten taxpayers and the Richmond Republicans vote against the budget for that, but we had another group of people that did not vote for the budget because of the fund balance reduction. And so I think, in my own personal opinion, it's a waste of time to go through another workshop, to go through another referendum, to drag people out of their house again for this. I think that the other solution offered by the town charter is to go with the previous year's budget. And Laura has some ideas, and we can use some of our unallocated opera funds. We also have another issue that came up, and it is that the state of Rhode Island reduced drastically. Laura, how much did they reduce our?
95,000.
They haven't yet, but it is proposed in the new budget.
And on that, Mr. President,
192, 550.
Mr. President, I did talk to Rep. Cotter about that. She's aware. She's had 2 bills in front of the House that are supposed to help our funding. It's something that's really important to her, so she's fighting for it still. So to your point, it hasn't been decided yet. It's a number we can play with, but hopefully, you know, people will listen to her and it'll get better from here.
And would that be the Richmond share or all
The
3
Richmond
towns?
Paul's left, but Paul knows Governor McKee very well. It would be nice for him to intervene and see if he could get our funding maintained.
Well, Mr. President, the motion I put on the floor wasn't meant to have another referendum. It was just getting together with the finance board that interviewed all the department heads and nonprofits and whatnot, and they brought forth right after, you know, working with Ms. Kenyon also. And it's just the idea of they've got the they've got the ability at their fingertips because they went through the process for 2 or 3 months, 4 months, and just have a quick meet with them because it's really not that much money that we're talking about. Laura, what's the difference between the two?
I'm going to ask this question. So if your question to me is if we do not go to a second referendum and that we have to, and to go back to level funding, the cut would be $42,765.
Okay, that's about what I figured. So 42,000. You get together with the finance board yourself to discuss the option on budgetary reductions. And we could also put a second motion on the floor to direct the department heads to make suggestions for reductions in their prospective department budgets.
Mr. President,
Oh,
I don't know if that was a motion, sorry.
So
you can't make a second.
No,
motion.
I know. I'm
But I
trying
just have a
I'm
few
trying
thoughts
to
on this
put a
as
little
well,
more
if I
thought
Okay.
into this, excuse me, to see where I'm coming from.
Right.
Because $42,000 is really all not that much money.
But add in $193,000 and now you're talking over $250 or $240,000. That's a lot of money for the taxpayers to bear, and we need to find ways around it.
Mr. President, I have
Yes.
thoughts about the recommendation to send it back to the finance board so that we can meet with the finance board. My thought on that is they have already met and they have already went line and line through the items. Our town employees have already looked at their budgets and decided what they need to run a tight. We spend one of the least, I think there's only one town that spends less than us, and they don't have a police department. We've already gone through this process. We were a part of that process. I attended one of the finance board meetings. Now we had 2 budget workshops and 2 public hearings. We need for you, the counselors who voted against the budget, to suggest cuts. At this point, we have 3 counselors who think it's good. You championed for this to go down. Now, please tell everybody why you championed for it to go down and what you're suggesting.
That's not on the agenda.
The budget's on the agenda.
Budget's on the
I
agenda.
know, but why?
But your reasoning for why you put down the budget and what cut do you think is not on the agenda? Is that what
Well,
you're
that's why I
making?
want to give everybody a fair shake here.
We've already had a fair
Because the-
shake.
No, because, look, I've been an employer for 43 years. I've had 250 people working for us at one time. When the economy gets bad, even though you have a specific budget, you have to go back to your department heads. You have to tell them, look, we're hitting a brick wall here. You have to readjust your budgets. And guess what they do? They go back and do it. Now, they've already gone through the budget process and they already came back with their best budget. But when you start hitting the brick wall, the economy starts going a little sour and the revenue isn't coming in, then you have to go back to your department heads and you have to say, hey, look, you're really gonna dig deep. And we gotta come up with a 5% rate across the board savings, all right, in order to make it to the end of the fiscal year, all right, without having to fire anybody. And believe me, those department heads will get in there and squeeze out that 5% so that way no one loses their job. I've done it before. I've been at it for 43 years.
Counselor Constantine.
Go ahead.
So a municipal budget is different than a commercial business budget by a huge amount. If a commercial business has a shortfall, they raise the prices on their product or services that they sell. They bring in more money, they lay off a couple of people and everything's cool.
That's not, no.
I manage the hospital budget where you can't quite do that. And the town's budget is very, very similar to a hospital budget.
Again, I can only state from my experience, folks, again, I don't think anybody here in the.
Okay, so we-
Again, answering Ms. Wilcox's, all
Miss-
right, what can be
Counselor
done, I know what can be done. I've had 43 years of experience, more than anybody here in the council, so let's use it.
Respectfully, if you know what can be done, please enlighten me, enlighten us.
I would love to know.
I just started on the list today, since it was just defeated yesterday. This is not a complete list, it's a beginning list.
Enlighten us, what is it?
I'm going to read it to you.
If we can stop being
The town-
sarcastic with
the
one
town-
another.
The town council stipends could go, that would save $6,997.
We already voted that down.
Now we're gonna reconsider. The building planning and zoning, just reduce the workshop allotment to the 22-23 budget level, saving $390. I'd like us to look at public works to see if there are any expected retirements or openings that would save us money if the new person came in at a lower pay. In the police department, the same question, is there anybody retiring or anybody are there any openings expected? The Economic Development Committee has $1,600 in the budget for them. But they haven't used that money, and that money because they don't need it because money's gonna go to the new EDC independent contractor. The town sergeant has not been paid any money in 3 years. That would save $538. And there's another category, is Department 49, called Other, that has $758,750 allotted for it. I don't know what that's for, but I thought it would be worth it for us to look. What is it?
Wasn't that in the budget materials?
Yes.
That was in the budget materials. It told you what other was for. Have a look, I'll pull up the page, I'll help you out. I have it with me. Why is my keyboard popping up? Adjustable.
Okay, workers' compensation, utilities, insurance coverage. That's the other piece. I know what I was told that your insurance agent checks out the insurance. I would like to see that looked at again.
And your capital transfer, that's most of it. $483,750.
So that is for debt repayment.
No, that's your capital projects, all
Okay.
your equipment, police cars.
Okay, so that's a
DPW trucks.
projected expense. So I'm sure there are other things that we could find, but those are the things that off the top amount to
One thing I can say is
over
I
$9,000.
really don't want to see us defer maintenance. Construction projects, the roads around here are horrendous. I don't want to defer a road repair for a year. So that we can say we lower taxes when the roads fall into pieces, and there are roads around this town that are barely passable with anything but an SUV or a pickup truck. And
Well, we've allocated like $2.5 million this year for that.
They're drawing down, what, 300 and change for road projects?
Can I make a suggestion?
sure,
I had a discussion earlier today with the town administrator and the finance director.
right,
They have, been discussing a lot of options for, managing to level fund the budget that none of you have discussed and none of you have asked them about.
right,
The charter says that if the budget is defeated, town administrator prepares a revised budget for the approval of the council.
Mhm.
My suggestion is that you ask the town administrator and the finance director to get together and propose something to you that you could approve or discuss.
right, that works with the level funding, right?
Yes.
We've already talked about it if we want.
I would love to hear, yeah, because I believe you guys already have all the information for us.
Ready?
Mark,
I just have a question.
I'm sorry, Laura.
That's okay, Mark.
So. And maybe I'm looking at level funding differently than you are, but the expenditures in total, when we're going to go up this year, $370,100.
Yeah, you're looking at level funding differently.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you? explain?
Sure. So, section 5E of the charter says if the town council does not schedule a second budget referendum, or if the revised budget is not approved at a second budget referendum, expenditures for the new fiscal year, other than debt service payments, so that is the 968, 975 that's in the budget, and payments due to Charahoe Regional School, which is $21,684,758, shall be limited to the total amount authorized in the approved budget for the prior fiscal year. So that would be $6,748,617. What we have in the budget currently is $6,791,382. That's why I come up with the 42,760.
So the debt service obviously has to stay the same, so that's gotta go up, we have to
Correct.
pay that increased amount.
Right, and also education, the
Right,
Charahoe
right.
would have to increase, so that's why the differential is the 42,700.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so before we go any further, what I wanted to do is Mike and Helen had put a motion and a second on the floor, and I wanted to vote for that so that we can move to the next step. They had voted to set up a workshop and all of that.
Let's take back I'll take back the motion. If Laura and Karen have I did, we don't need to. do
Okay,
that.
so did you want to retract your motion in a second?
I'll retract the motion, but at least it was on pretty much a parallel track. Somebody had to discuss it and I want to get together with you. All right.
So if we are going under the assumption right now that we are not going to have a second referendum and we are going to level fund, then the cut would be the $42,765. My suggestion is to cut out of capital projects the $20,000 for the Wyoming design study and to cut $22,500 from capital projects for the new software for the water program. We will make do with the software that we have. And actually the difference of the $265 taken out of my budget. Fine, that's not gonna hurt me. So that would be the $42,765.
We have that in writing too. $265.
Yeah, right, it's right here, $265, finance department.
Thank you.
How about if we add in the $1,600 that was allocated to the EDC, if we take that out, so.
I think we should ask the EDC because they do projects and they, you know, if they don't use that money, they lose it. But also we want to, you know, enable them and allow them to do the projects they need to do.
Yeah. And, you know,
And
or-
we may have to make other adjustments to this budget once we find out what the school allocation is going to be. But currently, in front of us is that $42,765. Karen and I discussed, and actually I talked to Sean about, because it was his project and capital projects, and he graciously agreed to postpone that Wyoming design study.
Okay, I make a motion that we go along with level funding the budget as stated in the charter and following the recommendations of Laura regarding the way to make up for the short.
It would actually be the, sorry to be, but it's the town administrator's budget.
Okay, I'm sorry. You made the
Per
recommendation.
charter,
Okay, well,
per charter, it's the town.
Laura and Karen's budget. I make a motion that we level fund the budget, that we go with the recommendations made by the finance director and the town administrator, and that we
Second.
vote to approve it this evening.
There are still other cuts we need to make, no, correct, because of the school funding
No.
change.
We don't know.
No, we don't know what it is,
So we don't,
we
so we're gonna make that decision on a later date.
Correct.
All right, I have one question.
Hmm.
For the public, could we have an explanation of what it is we're cutting, what this Wyoming project is?
Sure. So Sean, do you want to explain about the Wyoming design study?
I had asked for $20,000 for this upcoming fiscal year, and then another $20,000 next year to hire a design company that would be basically reimagining our downtown on Main Street. Right? And the idea behind that was that when you look at Wyoming as it looks today, it would behoove the town to encourage some design aesthetics and as that area begins to flip. So by basically postponing that project, we're basically pushing it out to the next few years in capital. It's not something we're not going to basically start the project this year or next year. So that's what that means.
Thank you.
And the other cut was actually that our water billing system is a little antiquated and it takes us a lot longer than it could to get out water billing and accounting on that. But I am also willing to put that project aside until such funding is available.
Thank you.
We get a vote.
Okay,
Motion
so
and a second.
we have a motion and a second. How do you vote?
Reluctantly, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
If you had misgivings, would you like to?
No.
It's just the way Richard is.
I don't think we need that.
So,
Communications petition proclamation, motion filed.
second,
Those in favor? Aye.
aye,
Okay,
motion to enter executive session, to just pursuant to RIGL. 42-46-5A1 regarding Jeffrey Valencourt.
second. Roll call vote. Helen Sheehan. Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Ready?
I said RIGL.
So, God.
Yeah,
Are we on?
not until, well, we have to wait for the
Green's on. We're good. Motion to return to open session.
Second.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
So we have a second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to seal the minutes of our executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. You guys,
All right, minutes are sealed. So I will entertain a motion to terminate the employment of Jeffrey Valencourt.
I will second. Discussion.
discussion.
I think he had a learning curve and I think he needs another opportunity.
I think that's, to me, that's fair. It's just, especially come to light this side of the issue, stories on some of the things, which then really leaves a question mark on my mind about some of the other ones. And Jeff was very forthright. I look at him straight in the eye and he was sincere. So I would really, give him the benefit of the doubt. Absolutely.
I am really, really concerned about what I heard. And the other side is understandable, but doesn't justify it. And that's where my problem lies.
Mr. President, if I could, since we're speaking openly on this, I just wanted to say to Mr. Valencourt that it is nothing personal. I really enjoyed the times I've met him around town, and hopefully if I see places we can hang out and say hello and have a cordial relationship.
I think that there are two sides to every story, but when it comes to the gelling and the working relationship with the partners within the town are strained, and the people who have to work with any individual they supersede any actions that are outside of the work environment. And I like Jeff, I like him a lot, but I think that it's important that the work relationship is superior to all actions. And that's where I stand.
I just wanted to add that we have the chief of police in this room, and if one of his officers stopped somebody in a car and that person in the car was drunk, rude, spitting at him and the whole deal, I'm sure his officer would still be able to restrain himself and not get intense with the guy in return. That again.
Mr. President, before we rehash all the conversation
Right.
prior, maybe we should push this to a vote,
Right. Okay.
unless generally, yeah.
Mr. President, may I ask, is there any opportunity to speak on?
I'd love to hear from you.
Good morning, council. Good evening, Jim Palmisano, Richmond. I don't know if you recall, but I've known Jeff Valencourt from when I first started on council. One of the first issues that had come before council was a road closure for the cemetery. And as a new council member, I took it upon myself to get out there and go and meet the constituents and learn about the issue. And I met Jeff and his wife Diane at the property, had a long conversation with him, got to understand the issue, and it didn't go in the direction that Jeff had wanted. And I was impressed with his reaction to that. You know, as a property owner who had the road closed, I thought he would be very bitter, but he said, you know what, it's the direction it's going. I've learned my lesson from this, and you know, maybe someday I'll be able to serve the town in another capacity. And I said to him at that point, you should consider running for council. And 3 months before the declaration period of the last election, I reached out to Jeff and I said, I really would love to see you run, because I know you, I know who you are. You're a good person. You have had a different life experience than I have, maybe a little bit, you know, I'm a little bit rougher around the edges than he is, but he's a good person. And I'd also just mention that I was the one who had instituted the idea of having an HR review type system for this town. We hadn't had a review. And I don't know the details of what's happened. I don't need to know that, but I do know that in a system where we have an HR review, there's an opportunity to have corrective action. Someone makes a mistake, they learn from that mistake, and then they go forward. Happens again, and then there's a certainly a serious repercussion. But if I can say anything for Mr. Valencourt, I would just say that I think he's a person who deserves a second chance. That would just be what I'd like to say. So thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you.
And thank you for that comment, because I basically said the same thing.
Okay. So,
If I have the opportunity to say anything.
would you like to stand?
Sure. Well, I appreciate all the time you all have spent here tonight, and I'm sorry that you had to do most of it or a good part of it on my behalf when, you know, for whatever incident took place. Everybody has their bad days, and that was one of mine. But my sole intent was to make sure that the general public or the citizens of this town visiting a public area did not have a worse day from having an electrical incident, especially with the gathering of 500 plus people on site. So, yeah, it was a tough day. And I just spoke my mind. Now I know better and how the system works. Owning your own company, having your own employees, so forth and so on, you take a different measure. This, a little bit of a learning curve. And I do appreciate Mike's sentiment of a second chance and others, and I'd appreciate all of yours. I really would, because I do love what I'm doing, and I think that my experience and what I bring to the table benefits for what I'm doing. And I think I'm protecting the town well. And like I explained previously in the past to many people, in my short tenure here, I found 10 unpermitted, unlicensed jobs going on. So that's just me in 2 months. Don't know what happened in the past, and I won't know what'll happen in the future. But that's just me in 2 months. 10 unchecked.
Right.
Mr.
So
President.
that's all. I
Thank
just
you.
wanna,
Mr. President, so we went to an executive session to discuss his job performance. He was given the opportunity to have it in public. He just spoke about his job performance in public. Can I say something real quick about his job
Sure, you
performance?
can say.
Could I check with the solicitor to see if that's okay? That's okay, because he initiated it? Great. So I know it was 2 short months, but what we listened to upstairs was an aggressive video at a business. And there was also a lot of complaints coming into town.
It was an audio.
It was, oh, sorry, it wasn't audio, not a video. It's kind of like, and I fully agree with second chances and we all make mistakes, but after 35 years on the job, you should know that's not how we treat people. And town employees, the rest of our town employees, I believe, hold themselves to a higher standard, and we all should hold ourselves to a higher standard when you're going to a business representing the town. So I know you said some great things about yourself up there, but the public didn't hear what we heard. They didn't see the complaint that we saw.
I
So
understand.
our decision is based on that.
I understand. I just wanted
And
to,
again, it's nothing at all
I'm not
personal. I had a
getting-
great time with you at Meet the Candidates. I thought we got along well.
I'm not taking anything personal from you at all. I
Thank
stand
you.
up there if you want me to, but I'm not taking anything personal at all, and I'm not really overly revealing any of our conduct, just saying, for me, I just, the safety and people have a bad day sometimes, that's all. I don't wanna
Okay, so
go off too long.
you have a,
I'd just like to say one other thing. And I appreciate your concern for the safety of the public, because that's what your job is and you do it well. I think that creating a positive working relationship with Sean, and creating a stronger relationship with Sean, is pivotal. He's under a lot of stress, and I'm not saying that you don't have one. I'm just saying that that's one of my biggest concerns, is that the working relationship with the town employees, Sean being number one and Tony, is pivotal. And I have a conflict. I think you're a great guy and I know that you do great work. I just look and I want to make sure that the relationship with yourself and Sean and everybody within the confines of this building are perfectly gelled. That's my biggest concern. And if that can be had, I'm fine with having a second chance because it's that important. Being professional, being polite, being cohesive with everybody is pivotal, and that's how we all go forward. And if that's amendable to you, then I'm amendable.
Rich, I honestly have very limited interaction with Sean, and I've got no issue with Sean.
I want to echo something, interrupt.
Yeah, please.
Sean wanted another candidate
Fine.
and we took a risk. And we upset Sean by picking a candidate that he wasn't his number one choice. I think it's imperative, absolutely imperative that you take the extra time to fix what's broken between you and he. And if you can do that, if Sean is happy, then I'm good with a second chance.
I had no idea that there was any rift between me and Sean. Now, I understand that.
No, there's not a rift. It's Sean works to a very high standard. And he expects the people that work with him to work to that same high standard. I've come in and given Sean a hard time on things before, where he could have probably just told me to go pound sand, but he didn't. And the point that I'm just asking you that if we were to do a second chance, that you really work hard to build a relationship with Sean and become truly his right-hand man.
Well, I had no idea that Sean had this going on, or, I mean, he's very standoffish at times to me, and I didn't know that there was anything going on. I don't even think he knows how many permits and inspections that I've done. I will follow through with your concerns that you have just spoken about. And I'm telling you that I had no idea about it, but if it's a directive to a degree, like a pointed scenario.
Let's put it this way, I would highly recommend you make really good connections with Sean and make it a good relationship.
Okay.
And then because he doesn't want to micromanage people, he doesn't want to have meetings with people to remind them of the level of professionalism that needs to be had. And I think that's pivotal. And that's really all that I have to say, and that's my second chance.
I'm glad that you said something, because that is achievable goal without an issue at all.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So that being said, we're gonna go with the vote.
Yes,
Yes. Oh, wait a second. Yes, for what?
the motion.
Term
everyone
limit.
else to term.
Oh,
It sounds like everyone else has changed their mind. I'm gonna go yes.
no.
So, no, you still.
No.
No,
No.
No.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Motion
you.
to adjourn. Oh,
Question?
Sharon.
I don't know if you want to consider extending probation at all
Yes.
Yes,
He's currently on probation,
Still
so
on probation
possibly.
for how long?
for 6 months.
Just extend it out tonight to 6 months again.
yeah,
That's fine.
that would work.
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion for that?
Thank you.
I think so.
Yeah, I make a motion to extend the 6-month probationary period effective today,
Second.
which is.
Build a
Let's go.
All those in favor?
Aye. Me.
Okay,
Good.
And motion to adjourn.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.